Okay. Welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We are going to be streaming on multiple platforms this morning. Good morning and welcome. Those of you who will be following us on, let me just make this. Those of you who may be following us on, you may be following us on. Yeah, you can hear me. Good morning. Those of you on TikTok, subscribe. Coup is going on right now in Gabon. Coup is going on right now in Gabon. And I wanted to just talk about it. There's a video that I'm going to be sharing. You'll be hearing the noise and all of that. The people are in support. It's very important that we Africans will help carry this news. We need to show overwhelming support for the people of Gabon. The people of Gabon are in support of the military coup. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Good morning to you. What you are seeing on your pictures is the coup d'etat. I prefer to call it African Intellectual Realignment. AIR. African Intellectual Realignment. Say it with me. African Intellectual Realignment. Gabon. A coup is going on in Gabon right now. So that means that in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, in Senegal, and now in Gabon, the people are supporting the actual unseating of the colonial enforced powers that has been put in meant to suppress and oppress Africans in African soil. I believe that we may be at the cusp of an African intellectual realignment. Something that the colonials have been trying to delay, to push back. If you are joining us, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. Please share this broadcast if you are on TikTok. Share the broadcast if you're on YouTube. Share the broadcast if you are on Facebook. Share the broadcast. Help us reach more people. What is going on right now? The people of Gabon, they are in total support of the military taking over in Gabon, because the leaders in Gabon are puppets of the French, and the military, the people of Gabon are supporting their military. I believe that we are at the cusp of something big here, that the people of Gabon are now, there is an African intellectual realignment going on. Many African countries are beginning to say no more. We want no part of this. Let's listen to what they're saying. Let's listen to what they're saying.
On doit rentrer à la maison.
So listen, they are speaking in French, but I wanted to be authentic as possible about what you're hearing. So let us.
Vous voulez travailler les liens, c'est joie, mais vous allez faire ça chez vous.
They are making a statement.
Il y a des petits bandits qui profitent là. Quand c'est des bandits, c'est à terre.
Donc,
allez rentrer chez vous. Criez de joie à la maison. Libérez le boulevard parce qu'on doit travailler. Le couvre-feu est maintenu. Libérez le boulevard.
Africa is rising. Africa is rising. They need our support. The whole of Africa must stand up. There you go. You see? People on the street supporting the African intellectual realignment. The people on the street, subscribe here. There is a coup going on right now. In fact, the coup has taken place. They have deposed the French-imposed president who rigged the elections. So, what am I saying? In Mali, an African intellectual realignment has taken place. In Burkina Faso, an African intellectual realignment has taken place. In Niger, an African intellectual realignment is taking place. In Guinea, an African intellectual realignment is taking place. Share. Join Citizen AY, follow us on this broadcast. We'll go for about an hour or so. I'm trying to see if I can let you hear it. It might be. So I'm trying to move it because it's right in front of the speaker. So let me do that way. So you can hear it. So Breaking news, Gabon, the people of Gabon, they are in support of their military that have taken over from the puppets, and they are puppets in all the 14 countries, francophone countries. The people there are all puppets, and let's not make any mistake about it. All our African leaders are handpicked by Europeans to fulfill their agenda and oppress Africans in Africa. Now it is time. Africa is rising. Africa is beginning to unite, and you are watching it live on the screen. And we are urging you, support them. Let us be sharing the news. We need to ensure that the news about this coup is one that we reflect in the way Africans want it reflected, which is to show that they support the uprooting of the colonial imposed leaders that are facilitating the extraction of African resources at a severe cost to the continent of Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure we understand, a coup has taken place. Those of you may not see this on TikTok, and if you're not seeing it on TikTok, please, what I'd like you to do is to help us go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us grow the platform. Gabon, a coup has taken place. As somebody go to live together. If anybody wants to go to live with me on TikTok, throw me an invite. But I'm just giving you an update to be aware, to know. It's been a while that I've been on here. Forgive me, I've just been doing a lot of work, and I've been focusing my efforts on trying to get the platform on Citizen on YouTube going. Facebook has been really holding things up. But the breaking news is a good news. An African intellectual realignment has begun. We need to support that. We are all we got. Africans, I want you to know, we are all we got. When it comes to this, nobody else can do this for us. Africa are the only ones. Africans are the only ones who can free Africans and Africa from the bondage that we are in. It requires all of us to unite. So we need to support Mali. We need to support Burkina Faso. We need to support Niger. We need to support Guinea. And now we must support Gabon. All the countries that you see, they are all part of the colonial French colonizer countries. And these countries are saying no more. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Help us, please. We need to get to, I'd love to get to 10,000 members. Please help us do that. I'd love you to help us grow the platform to have 10,000 followers on TikTok. But the message this morning that I want you to share with everybody, those of you on TikTok, it is good news. Give us likes, thumbs up in Gabon. The Gabon people, they are overwhelmingly in support of their government, of the military taking over power. They are in support. And you can see it on the pictures on the screen. I'm just trying to make sure we got the pictures moving so you can see it. So do bear with me. We're just trying to make sure that is working fine here for you. So you can see on the streets of Gabon, the people of Gabon are overwhelmingly in support of the military, what I like to call the African intellectual realignment. It is not a coup. What is happening is that the people who are so-called leaders, they are puppets of the colonials. In both the French-speaking and the English-speaking, all the leaders are handpicked by the colonials to ensure that they continue to get access to African resources at dead cheap prices. That is the reality of what we face. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. If you haven't subscribed to Citizen AY on YouTube, please help us. Join the broadcast, subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. Go right now to Citizen AY on YouTube, subscribe, join us. we are giving you very important information. Gabon, a coup has taken place. A popular uprising by the people, supported by the people of Gabon. They are tired of being exploited. Africans are tired of being exploited by colonials. Now, we do not. Africans, we need to understand we have no friends. We have no friends. Africans, we have no friends. The only friends we got is ourselves. Because many people, the Chinese and others who are trying to come and talk to us now, they are going to make sure that they keep Africa oppressed and exploit our resources if we do not stand together. So first of all African countries, I ask you, stand together. We must stand together. Help us share this broadcast. It is very, very important as you're watching. Share the broadcast. Let us stand together. So, 5 countries. I'm going to show you a picture quickly. So let me. So you can see that now. So the military, you see that the military are being supported. Look at the people on the streets. They are supporting the Gabon military. The people are tired of the colonials exploiting our resources for nothing. So we are giving you this information. I'm going to pause this for a second. See that? Let me pause this for a second. Please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Let me pause that and I'll bring that back in. I want to show you this picture that you see on the screen, and it's very significant. So we're going to show you. I'm afraid those of you who are on TikTok, you won't be able to see this. But what I would like you to do is those of you who are on the other platforms, share it. You can watch this. You will see what I'm doing on the screen. And I want to explain perfectly what I mean by African intellectual realignment. It is not a coup. They will try and tell you it's a coup because obviously they were trying to protect their own interest at our expense, and we need to say no more. We don't want any part of that. We don't agree with that. And the voice of the people of Gabon must be heard. So please, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. What is happening right now? Breaking news: Gabon has actually carried out a coup, deposing the military, the French imposed leader on the people of Gabon. So please share this broadcast. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. And those of you joining us on TikTok, good morning and welcome. Please keep pressing the love button, tap the screen for us. Help us tap the screen to grow and reach more people. The Gabon has carried out a coup, deposed the French puppet who is supposed leader in Gabon, has been deposed. And minutes ago, I showed you pictures of where the popular support by the people who are overwhelmingly in support of the military action, what I prefer to call an African intellectual realignment. It is an African intellectual realignment. Permit me, those of you on TikTok, I'm going to focus this way a little bit because I want people who are following us on Facebook and on YouTube to understand what is going on. What I'm showing you on the screen, you see there's a black legend that I'm showing you there. That legend, you will see it in 5 different countries. The countries are Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and Gabon. Now, in those countries, the colonial powers will want you to think of those what happened there as coups. But we as Africans, we need to now take control of our own narrative. And our narrative should be, without question, that it is an African intellectual realignment. It is what? An African intellectual realignment. That is to say, many of us now, we now realize that the game has been played for so long. We have been lied to, we have been co-opted into our own oppression by the lies of the colonials who are saying they're coming to work for Africa, they want a better Africa, when everything that they've been doing has been to exploit African resources. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining Citizen AY for the first time and you're watching, please go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. How do you do that? Go to, just type in hashtag CITIZEN, capital A, capital Y, Citizen AY. It will come up on the screen. We'd like you to go and subscribe to Citizen AY right now. Help us grow the platform. The message is very, very important. Now, I'm going to show you a series of videos in between. We'll come back to the main video that I showed earlier on, but we're going to go and show you another video. But I wanted us to really have a framed, to frame the thinking that we need to really be put forward in terms of how we should see this. Good morning to you all. Nigeria should be next. Ogo, yes, I agree with you. Why not? Why not? You know, it is time. So obviously, the French are afraid. They are very afraid because they are being kicked out of Africa. Africans are saying no. In Niger, the French were told to leave. The French had the audacity to say, "Oh no, we're not leaving. No, we're going to stay." And they say under the guise of protecting democracy, they are trying to. Do you know that yesterday evening I did a program. Many of you who are following, yesterday night I barely slept 4 hours. Yesterday night I was talking about this very fact that as we speak, the French and the German forces are trying to go into Africa. They're trying to go into Ghana, into Ivory Coast, into Togo, and into Ghana, Ivory Coast, Togo, and there's one other country, and Benin Republic. They want to go into those places and set up their own forces to come and retake the countries I mentioned before. They want to retake Mali, they want to retake Niger, they want to retake Burkina Faso, and they want to retake Guinea. But now, that was the plan yesterday. They have set forces up. The European Union that like to come and preach to Africans, have authorized military from Europe to come into Africa and to recolonize Africa. Because this is what is going on. Be in no doubt. What is going on is the attempt to continue the Berlin Conference oppression of Africa. And we need to resist it. And that's why I'm asking you all, play your part. Share this broadcast. Start talking to your people about it. Make our people aware. I've told people at home, we need to be aware. Africa is going through something here, and we need to support it. We need to be there for each other. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Let me show you another video. I'll come back to this intellectual alignment in due course. Let me show you another video, and then we'll bring that back. I want to just show you this video right quick. I don't know if it's possible. It's a bit big right now, but I'm going to show you. Let me just quickly do some adjustments on that, because I like to really make sure that what we're doing makes a lot of sense. I think that's it. Is it? Yeah. Let me just see. 1 second. So we're going to just quickly. Okay, that is the other one. Oh, I believe that's correct. Okay, this needs to just be adjusted in that case. So you may not. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm with you now. I can see that I need to do this on 2 different fronts. Okay, give me a second, please. Let me just check. So please, however, bear in mind, I want you to have this thing in your mind. It's called African Intellectual Realignment. Okay, so those of you on YouTube, I don't even need to change it, but you will see it as we go forward. Please don't forget, you're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. What we'd like you to do is to help us grow our platform on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe. Hit the notification button. Give us thumbs up. Help us reach more people. Very, very important. Now, let me get that information for you, as I was saying. And we'll come back and show you the intellectual realignment all over again. Those of you who are on TikTok. So let me show you this one. Sorry, not that one. I don't want it. This is not what I want. That was what I was afraid of in terms of what is going on here. So let me just mute that one. I don't want to be showing ads. That's not what we're here for. We are here to give you information. So this is African News. Let us hear what African News said. So let us see if you can see that. This is African News, and you will be able to hear what they said. So let us play that. For those of you who are joining us, you are, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Let us hear what African News is saying on this particular development that's going on. Let us just give us a minute. I'm making some adjustments here. So sometimes it does go a little bit awry, but that's not a problem. We will get that sorted out for us. So let us listen to what they're saying now. Let's listen to that. So this is various news that are saying it. So go ahead. Let's go here now. This is African news via YouTube. We're going to just listen shortly to what I've been saying essentially about the Gabon. So here we go.
Army officers have appeared on national television in Gabon Wednesday to say they have taken power.
Yes.
A few hours prior, incumbent Gabonese President Ali Bongo Ondimba, who has been in power for 14 years, was declared winner of Saturday's presidential election.
You see now,
according to the president of the Gabonese Center of Elections, who spoke in the early hours of Wednesday, Bongo won 64.27% as his main rival, Albert Rondo Ossa, secured 30.77%.
So,
however, about 10 soldiers then said they were cancelling the results of the election.
So, let us see. Somebody's giving us a call. Oh, David Hamilton. Okay, I will take this call live. I don't know if I can. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me do this. Yes, Gabon is, yes. You're live with me now. So, you're live on Citizen AY. So, yeah, it is happening. Sorry. So, but go ahead. So, I don't know. So, that's what I told you now, sir. So, what I'll do, you can text me, sir, so we can talk. But yeah, it is happening across Africa. You're right. It is happening. So,
this is what you are discussing yesterday night.
Yes, we were discussing it yesterday night. Exactly. So, the people need to understand. We were discussing this. And Africa needs to wake up, you know, and really, and I really begin to address these concerns that we face. This is not going to stop in Gabon alone. I believe the whole of Africa, this is going to happen right across the whole of Africa. What we need to do is to continue.
The family has been in power for the past 56 years.
Yes, yes.
The family, 56 years.
Yes,
power.
Yes. So we do need to support what they're doing in you know. So let me see.
Of course.
So we have to support it. And now, of course, they're all of the other countries now. They wanted to talk about it. They wanted to try and they want to try and say the people are not in support. I've seen videos, sir, where a lot of the Gabon people are actually on the streets in support of the military. They are very happy. They are very happy. And this is what we need as Africans. This is the kind of news we must carry. We mustn't carry the news of the colonials who are trying to say, oh, it's wrong, and don't support it, because what they're trying to do is to get us to turn against those who are carrying out what I like to call African intellectual realignment, because it's not a coup. What is happening is that our resources are being looted in Africa, and many of these countries are saying, no, we don't want any more of it. And the people are in support. The people actually know what is happening. They know that all these big companies are from the colonials coming to take their resources and stealing from them. So they are in support of the military taking over. They are in total support. Let me see, someone had 2 messages. So those of you watching us, please go ahead and let me see. I'll invite Jamie. I think he wants to be invited on TikTok. So like I said, it's like we said yesterday. We spoke about this yesterday. And we talked about the fact that the Germans and the French are trying to bring military into 4 countries. Into Ghana, into Ivory Coast, into Togo, into Benin. To go and now retake those 4 countries. Now, they have to take 5 countries.
They want to recolonize us.
They want to recolonize us. That is the reality. They are planning to recolonize us. So Africans, this is not a joke. It's not a drill. Every one of us, we must make our people alert and be ready to resist colonization. We are not talking about anybody coming to Europe to do anything. We are saying that our people, it is time our people in Africa begin to benefit from our own resources without interference from anybody. And that is what we are saying categorically. Ladies and gentlemen, you are of course watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. The breaking news is, of course, that the military in Gabon have carried out what I like to term an African intellectual realignment. They have taken the reins of power from the puppets imposed on Gabon people. Ali Bongo, I think his name is called.
Ali Bongo and the family.
And his family. I mean, for the past three elections, 56 years. So the people have had enough of it, and the people are supporting the military. We must support them. Every single African must support these 5 countries I'm about to name. We must support Mali. We must support Burkina Faso. We must support Niger. We must support Guinea. We must support the latest addition, Gabon, in their quest to have total and absolute independence and sovereignty over their own land. We're not talking about anybody coming into Europe or anywhere else to occupy anybody else's land. France has been occupying 14 African countries and taking their resources for peanuts for over 40 years. And the people are in support. The people are in support of the moves by all of those young men who are standing up. Now, let me show you a video. Those of you who are on, unfortunately, if you're on TikTok, you won't be able to see this. But I'm going to show it to those of you who are on Facebook and on YouTube. Please don't forget, go and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us grow this the money. Yeah. So
the oppression is too much.
Sorry,
the oppression is too much.
Yeah, it is way too much.
The oppression is too much.
It is. So sorry about that.
They are oppressing us too much.
It is too much. So
the West is oppressing us.
It's too much. So we need to speak up. And as Africans, this is our role. This is our time now. All of the street medias, I recommend that we should all be I'm changing that the write-up. We should all be supporting those 5 countries and encouraging others to step up and speak up.
Now it's eight now.
It's 8 countries. So what are the remaining 3, sir? Just so I mean,
it is 8 now. It's 8.
If you do know, because I know of 5.
Remember, I don't remember, but I know it's 8 now.
It's 8 now.
8 now.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting point there. So now you see, so we are saying that there could be possibly up to 8 countries. 8 countries in Africa that are now.
Gabon is where in Central Africa.
Yes, Central Africa. Yes, it is. So they are standing up and speaking up against the injustice. Now, please, all of us, every African, I want you to awaken yourself mentally that what will happen in the news that you will read, in all the Western news, that you will read, they will say that the military have taken over.
To condemn them, exactly.
And they're going to try and get us to psychologically condemn the very people who are supporting and coming to rescue the people from the arms of the colonial crooks who are looting their resources. We have to be very aware of that. So we need to be cognizant of the kind of news that we are listening to. We need to be listening to more African content and getting our news from African content. That is what we need to be doing. That is our role as Africans right now. Because what they will do is they will spin the news in the direction they want to justify any of their attempts to go and retake those countries by force. We need to resist it.
It will not stop in Gabon.
It will not stop. It will continue. It's going to continue. So thank you very much. More money for giving me the heads up in terms of changing the name. But yes, sir. So go ahead. So how do you see this? How are you reading this situation, sir? How are you reading it? What's your take on it?
I love it.
Fantastic. That's my thoughts, my sentiments also. Africans are beginning to wake up.
I love it.
They are beginning to wake up. So yes, as do I. I love the fact that Africans are realizing this. So yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
It was yesterday. Remember, it was yesterday. Now we are discussing about this.
Yes, we were discussing about it.
3 hours.
Yes, we spoke for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then I went on a live broadcast and you joined me again. Yes.
We went live. We were talking about this thing.
Indeed, we were.
How they are oppressing us.
Yes.
How they are dealing with our resources.
Yes, they are looting our resources.
Thank God.
Yes. So we need to support all the 5 countries, certainly, even up to 8. We will try and establish the remaining 3 countries. We've spoken about Mali, we've spoken about Burkina Faso, we've spoken about Niger, we've spoken about Guinea. Now we're talking about Gabon. There are 3 other ones. So there are 3 other ones that we're not too familiar, and we would like to find out who they are.
You remember, guys, it's not even in West African country alone.
No, it's Central
African coast now. African coast now.
Gabon and Guinea are in Central Africa. They are in Central Africa. And that means that this is Africa-wide now. We can now say that an Africa-wide African intellectual realignment.
No, Guinea is West Africa. Gabon is in the Central Africa coast.
No. You're talking about
Guinea. Guinea is in the West Africa.
There
Why
is,
Gabon is
you know, there's
Africa,
there's two Guineas, sir. There's two Guineas. There are two Guineas.
There's one Guinea Conakry. That's one Guinea.
Let me
one Guinea
get that
one
picture
Guinea
out quickly.
I think the two are in West Africa country.
Let me see. So the Guinea that I know, there is one in the Guinea-Bissau is in West Africa, but the
Guinea Conakry is West Africa too.
But Equatorial Guinea, okay, yes, it is, yes, you're right. So yeah, but Gabon
is West Africa, Gabon is South Africa coast.
Exactly, Gabon, exactly. So
it's spreading.
It's spreading very far. So I want to, whilst you are on air here, I've got a video that I want to play live. You will hear it. I'm trying to play a video where there are people supporting. There's a report from a YouTube page called.
Let me go and watch you live. Let me
African,
I don't know you on live before. Let me go and watch you live.
Okay, thanks. Talk soon. Thanks for calling us. I appreciate that. Talk soon. Bye. So now, as we are talking,
so if you had a military coup, you think of a bloody
Gabon coup. Let's listen to what's been said there. This is by a sister Gabon, African
it was
channel
different.
on
I'm
YouTube.
going to show you how
Subscribe
it happened
to them as well.
As it unfolded.
Let's
listen. There were groups of soldiers walking in different streets, not one street, but several of them, playing band music. You know, the way soldiers carry the instruments, the drums, the trumpets, playing
to it
in a band.
Yes.
So that's what happened in different streets. And the citizens in Libreville, the capital of Gabon, walked with them. And that happened as the military leaders were making an announcement on the national television. All this happened last night, the 30th of August, when a group of senior Gabonese military officers appeared on national television declaring that they have seized power, claiming the recent general election lacked credibility and saying that they represent all Gabon's security and defense forces. They also said that they have dissolved institutions, closed the borders, and, above all, ended the Bongo regime. And I suspect it's this that made a lot of people to come out to celebrate, because the Bongo regime has ruled that country since independence.
There you go.
So the first Bongo president, Omar Bongo, came to power in 1967.
Can you hear
he
that?
was a dictator. He died in office in 2009.
See that?
And then his son took power in 2009 up until now. So when the electoral body in Gabon made the mistake to announce the loser of the just concluded election as the winner, then the military decided to take power. And I don't blame the electoral body.
No.
It has never known any other master apart from the Bongo
Onan
family.
Bongo and Ali Bongo.
This goes for all other institutions in that country. And that's why the army dissolved all the institutions, including the courts.
So there you go. So I'm just giving you a bit of information. That is from Africa. I'm trying to see the name of I'll mention all of them because Africa Insider AI. So courtesy of Africa Insider. So what we want to do is let us promote each other. So let us support our African platforms to really make sure this news spreads. Africa is rising, and we must support it. We must support Africa rising. Let me go back to the original one that I shared. Let me hear, this is Al Jazeera, what Al Jazeera is saying, courtesy of Al Jazeera. Let us hear what they're saying here. They're going to talk about it from their perspective, but please, I want you to be aware that this is something that we have to look at it from our perspective. And I believe I'll check others as well. So let's hear what they're saying here. So let's hear this now. I don't know if it will play. It looks like it's on a pause. Bear with me. Okay, if that doesn't, it should play. It should play. Okay. We're trying to get it to play, but something is not quite right with it. I'm not quite sure what it is. But you can see that Ali Bongo He's been there for long. He's been passed from his father to himself, and this is the plan of the colonials. And that is why we need to really, speak out against this. Let me, 1 second, I'll pause that. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. So let's go and get the next one, which I wanted to show you. Let me see. So let's see this one again. This is the one that I was showing you earlier on. Let us do that again. There we go. I don't know if it will work. Something has just gone off now. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't matter. We will. Sorry. So you can see the people are supporting the military. They are overwhelmingly in support of the military. And please, that is what we need to share as Africans. We need to share that Africans are indeed in supporting, because the colonial powers will try and give you a different narrative to spread. And we have to be cognizant of that. We need to be sure, we need to be aware that what our role is to help spread the will of the people of Africa, not the will of the colonials. You see, when you spread the news of the colonials, you're spreading the will of the colonials who are oppressing Africans in Africa. And that includes you and me, by the way. I'm not trying to attack anything, but I'm saying that is what is going on. We're not trying to be, these are facts as they stand. And we need to make sure that Africa is free and it's not held in ransom. Please subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. We are doing a simultaneous broadcast on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook. We are giving you the news, of course, that Gabon, Coup, an African intellectual realignment, an African intellectual realignment is taking place with the overwhelming support of the people of Gabon for the actions of their military who are working for their interests. Let's listen on. Yes, let's listen on. You can see people on the streets. People on the streets are on the streets, and that is a sign that they support this coup. The people of Gabon are on the streets. That is the news and the narrative we must get out there, because what the mainstream media will do was to try and spread a false narrative to keep the people off the streets. We need the people on the streets with the army, so that the support for this groundswell of Africans standing up for their rights, standing up for their own freedom in their own areas begins. We need to begin the process. I truly believe that we are witnessing the African intellectual realignment, as stated by Dr. Arikana Chombori Kwao in one of her comments when she was talking about this very issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, what are your thoughts? Leave comments. If you're watching this on YouTube or Facebook, I'd like you to share this broadcast. We need you to share this broadcast. What I will do shortly, I'm going to switch on the phone lines. The phone line, you see the number scrolling below the screen. You can call that number directly and let us hear your comments and your thoughts. I will read it out to you, those of you who are on TikTok, so you can call in directly. I might even pin it on there. I'll see if I can pin it. I'm not sure if I can do that. But you can hear, you see, you can hear the people are supporting the military intervention, the African intellectual realignment. We are, I believe, finally waking up from the induced state of comatose that Africa has been in. And that is why I'm saying to continue. We must not allow ourselves to be sucked into the lies that will be spread by the mainstream media. They will say it's a coup, they've taken over, but they are not going to tell you the fact that the same family has been ruling Gabon since independence, and those families are working for the colonials. They will not tell you that narrative, but that is impacting the lives of Africans as we speak on ground. So those are the kind of narratives we want to share. And ladies and gentlemen, you are of course watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. Go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us reach more people. We are bringing this to another. You can hear the people. Look here, the chorus. They are supporting the military. You can see it. So it's not just somebody saying, "Oh, this and that." This is what is really going on. You are seeing what is really going on. The people are in support of their military, and they want, they are tired of being oppressed in their own land by puppets imposed on the people. The puppets imposed on the people. Today is the Wednesday the 20th of August, the 30th of August, 2023. And the breaking news is that Gabon, the military has carried out what I prefer to call the African intellectual realignment. Now, that is the 5th country in Africa. As my elder brother was saying to me that it's probably 8 countries. But those are the 5 countries that we know of that this intellectual realignment, African intellectual realignment is taking place. And we want more. ECOWAS as a body is a puppet of the colonial. Let me say that again. ECOWAS as a body is simply a colonial puppet. That's what they are. And we need to be very cognizant of that fact. Sometimes you see what's going on there. So please, you're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. Help us reach more people. Go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button and of course, give us the thumbs up. So let's have a look at this. 1 second. So you see, look on the streets. People just hear what people are saying. You see, the people are in support of this action by the military. Overwhelmingly, they are in support, and we as Africans should support them. We need to carry our own narrative, our own news. We mustn't believe or hear or take what the mainstream news of platforms will be saying about what has taken place. They are going to try and spin it to try and to prevent this from gaining momentum on the African continent. Our role as Africans must to ensure that this gains a momentum. It must gain momentum. And that's why I'm doing shows like this, and others know that are doing the same thing. Let us all share this broadcast. Very, very important. So, let's have a look. So let me just do this. So I'm going to just do something with that shortly. So we will see what's going on. 1 second. So just give me a second, please. I just want to make sure that you have it. So they have taken what I prefer to call an African intellectual realignment. So let me see. So I'm going to invite, if you want to join us on TikTok and come live, that's fine. I will try and do that. I'm going to send you, those of you, I'll send you invite, and if you do want to join us, just join us. And we can talk for a few minutes. But you're watching and hearing what is being done in Gabon. And this is fantastic. This is awesome. And we need to make sure that we support this. We mustn't be silent any longer. We have been oppressed for so long in Africa, and it's time we woke up. So more money. Thank you very much. Today is indeed Wednesday. More welcome. So add more money. Welcome on board. So those of you on YouTube, please, as you join, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button. Give us thumbs up. So let me show you this. So we'll put that. See, now you can see on the screen, what you're seeing on the screen is how the Gabon military took over and took power from Ali Bongo, a puppet of the French. Listen.
Comité pour la transition et la restauration.
You see? Yeah. Communique by the military. And look at the support. Hear the noise supporting it. They are very happy. Let us help them share that good news to other fellow Africans. So Africans across the African continent can come together and stand up for their rights collectively. Enough of this oppression. I am unashamedly telling you that the financial structures that have been imposed on Africa, on the African continent, is one of the most racist policies in the entire world. We have been oppressed by financial means, by religious means, by psychological means, by physical means, in all manner. But the shackles are coming off. the shackles of oppression imposed on our minds and our psyches and on our land and in the great continent of Africa, they are beginning to come off. And the only way that can continue is when we support, we lend our support in sharing this great news so it reverberates across the whole of Africa. We must share this news. We are not. EU as I speak, the EU as I speak, they have sent, and I'm going to reread the report to you, they have sent military. The German military and the French military are currently making their way. If they are not, they are already in Ghana, they are in Ivory Coast, they are in Togo and in Benin Republic. They are there to try and recolonize Africa, and we must do everything we can to say no. We need to we need to alert our people. As you see, Gabon has taken power. So these are things that are happening that we are trying to bring to your attention. Let me see if I can bring anybody on. Guests. So let me bring any guest on. I'll invite whoever is watching. So I'll invite you. So I'm going to do this. I don't know. Send. I'll invite as many people that I can think of to talk about this issue, because look, throw me an invite if you want to join me live, and we can talk about this for some time. And don't forget to hit the like button, be tapping on the screen, tap, share. Great news. Africa and Africans are beginning to stand up and take control on African soil. We are saying no more to oppression in our land. We are not interested in going to Europe to take anything. And Europe is refusing to leave our land. Instead, they want to oppress us and take our resources for peanuts. We say no more. We support the African intellectual realignment currently taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, you are of course watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to power. What I'd like you to do is to subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up on YouTube. You can do that for us. That's how you can help us grow the platform. And of course, you can follow us on the various platforms. We are grateful. Those of you who are on TikTok, I know it's been a minute since I've been on here. Believe me, I've not been silent. It's just it's been very difficult to put all of it together and say, okay, I'm going to do this. Because I've been working on trying to really get the Citizen AY platform on Facebook up and running. The platform that we had, the Digital TV Radio 1, it was brought down and it's been demonetized by YouTube. Facebook, as we all know, Facebook owes us a lot of money, but they've used all subterfuge to not pay a penny. We have over 119,000 followers of Citizen AY on Facebook. We have over 220,000 followers of Digital TV Radio on YouTube. In both cases, the funds that should be coming our way in terms of our reach and how we get information out is being denied us by Facebook. So in the end, we need to start preparing as Africans collectively to have our own platform where we will actually fund ourselves. Because when you allow those who are oppressing you to fund you, guess what? They control you. When you allow those who oppress you to fund your platforms, guess what? They control you. They will control your thoughts. They will control what you say. They will control how you do it. They will control everything. What we want is to get to a point whereby we Africans, we can start putting out information that will benefit our people collectively. So please tap on the screen, follow, share this broadcast. The breaking news: Gabon, the military in Gabon has carried out what I prefer to call African intellectual realignment. I have sent out invites to those who wish to join. If you do want to join, you can join us. I'm going to send another one. So if you do want to join us. Indicate you'd like to join. And if I don't see the comments, beg your pardon, keep it up. So let me see. So yeah, we tend to. So please share this broadcast. Breaking news, of course. You're all hearing. Gabon is the latest in a long line of African countries that is now reasserting their true sovereignty as Africans. As you all know, since 1947, under Charles de Gaulle, those countries in the French-speaking countries have been occupied covertly, overtly, militarily, financially, in all manner by the French. And let's not forget, that also goes for the Anglophone-speaking countries. The fact that you're speaking the fact that you're speaking, that I'm speaking English as an African from Nigeria is a clear indication of the colonization. It is that simple. And once, it doesn't follow, it doesn't end there. You are having to speak English. The currency that you're going to trade with is English, and your currency is being devalued. Many of you watching yesterday, you would have seen I showed in strict terms, for every 1 naira, it is only worth less than 0.0013 of a dollar. Every 1 naira is worth 0.0013 of a dollar, and every sefa is only worth 0.0015 of the euro. So you can see that they in all manner, and that is why when you follow these religions of Islam and Christianity on African continent, as we've been indoctrinated to follow, it is occupying our psyche. As Africans, we need to dismantle all of those structures of our lives, because the structures, religious structures, economic structures, educational structures, financial structures, all of it is designed to keep Africa where it is, to never be able to manufacture. And that is the reality of what we are saying. I said this on this broadcast yesterday, and I'm glad to see that people of Gabon are supporting their military in this African intellectual realignment. You are watching what you see on the screen. It's on we put it on a replay so that you can see it. That the people of Gabon, and we are showing this because we are telling this because we know for a fact that the mainstream media, they will not carry real news. They will carry the news that is designed to withdraw, to pull, to not allow Africans to support their fellow Africans in freeing ourselves, because we need more African countries to begin to take this collective action to free Africa. We need more African countries to do this. That is what must happen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't subscribed to Season AY on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe. Let me see if I've got anybody waiting. If anybody is waiting to join me, send me a request and we'll actually your board. But the breaking news, of course, is the military in Gabon have carried out a coup successfully, and the people are in support. You can see the people are on the streets with the military, and the military have been singing and playing the trumpets and everything. And it is what? The most important thing you need to understand, it is bloodless coup. The series of coups that have taken place recently, the one in Mali, the one in Burkina Faso, the one in Niger, the one in Guinea, the one now in Gabon, they are all bloodless coups. They are bloodless coups. They are sending a message that we are not interested in killing our fellow Africans. Rather, we want to separate and remove the colonials that are using us against each other from our own continent, so that we can coexist as Africans on our own continent and build a bright future for the coming generation of Africans. This is a great gesture. This must be repeated right across Africa. They not killing ourselves. What the colonials would have been hoping for was that we Africans would have been engaged in using force to kill ourselves. But we know the game. The fact that 5 African countries, namely Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and now Gabon, have carried out bloodless coups, indicates that those carrying out the coups, they know that if they did it in the usual way, that whereby the coup happened and someone died, they will use that justification to take them off. Some of them had intention to do the good things, but because of that, everything went crazy. Now, it is all bloodless coups. It is aimed at showing the people we are not here to take over. You are part of us. Look at it on the screen. The people are supporting them on the screen. Please, that is the message that we should share. If you're watching this broadcast and you haven't shared, please share. The coup in Gabon is what you are seeing. And we need you to help us grow the platform. Don't forget, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We must support all our African platforms, because we need to over time begin to realize that the news and the facts and the real truth that we will need to build a new Africa has to be the news that we get and source from within our own community. Currently, the news that we get about Africa is always from the colonials who are oppressing us. So whatever news they give us is skewed to ensure that the colonization and oppression continues. So it is incumbent on each and every one of you watching us who are Africans to subscribe to Citizen AY and other African platforms so that you can begin to get your news from African sources and begin to support your people that way. Those are the kind of things that we must begin to do. And ultimately, we need our own platform. I'm going to get in touch with somebody that I know of in terms of Yoruba and see how we can really get to be doing this on Yoruba as well. Because it's really important. Lamidi, I need to speak to him because what is going on now, we cannot continue to depend on those, on the platforms created by those who are part of colonizing Africa, because they will control what we in those platforms will say. If we try and say the truth, they will use restrictive measures and punitive measures to make sure that we comply with what they want, rather than doing what we must do, which is to let you know the facts and make an informed decision. So, and like I said, Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power, we are here to really help you to have this really important information. Please do share, subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. Gabon is the latest now. So, coup d'etat declared in Gabon. But I prefer to call it intellectual realignment. What do I mean by that? Let me show you. We will leave the voice of the guy talking and we'll just bring that to the front so you can see it, because it really makes a better reading when you see it. So, this is what I call, I'll bring it down a little bit. You see, this is African realignment. I'm just moving it for you to see. You see, all of the black dots, they are where Africans are standing up for themselves. It's not coup. They are all bloodless coups. So we need to refer to it as African intellectual realignment. So it's happened in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, in Guinea, and now in Gabon. So what is going on? Please get familiar with those words. African intellectual realignment. Use those words. Speak in those terms. Explain that to your people, because when they are back home, the news that they will also get, don't be surprised if the Western news are also spreading disinformation on ground on Africa, within Africa. That's why our role as Africans in diaspora or whatever, on the mainstream platform, on social media platforms, we must begin to reinforce the positive news about this African intellectual realignment. We must. So let's go here. Let me just tell.
Vis-à-vis de la communauté nationale et internationale.
So you are watching that, and that is what is going on. We're just giving you heads up so you can see what is going on. So please do subscribe. You of course the platform where we speak to power. Tap, give us likes and thumbs up, and share the broadcast, and of course help us grow. The breaking news, of course, Gabon, the least. Now it's the 5th country in a row where a bloodless coup, and we need to state it. Please state that. Make the whole world know that the coup they're talking about is actually an African intellectual realignment, a bloodless coup. It was and remains a bloodless coup that ended what has been a colonial oppression of we the people, using puppets to loot our resources. It's very important. So let's listen on to what they're saying. So Ali Bongo has been deposed, they're saying there. They're speaking in French. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us grow this platform. If we do leave the broadcast at some point, rest assured we are going to come back. We are going to come back if we do go. But please, those of you on Facebook, help us grow the platform on YouTube. Go ahead, as you're watching us, go ahead to YouTube. Hit subscribe to Citizen Airline, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people. Just in the past 8 hours, we spoke about the fact that Africa is going through a change. Africa is rising. And we spoke about the fact that the colonials were trying to, under the guise of supporting democracy, recolonize Africa. And I'm glad that Gabon is saying we're not taking it anymore. There will be, what we want to see is more bloodless coups to remove. You see, every time those bloodless coups takes place on African soil, we are removing the colonial structure, because the puppets and the system that they use to run those countries, they are structures of oppression designed to keep Africans oppressed and suppressed in our land. Yet, they don't let Africans come into Europe. They have immigration policies, but they restrict our movement. They keep us divided on our continent. We must take back our entire freedom. Africans must have free movement to move across the whole of Africa. We need to open those borders. We need to have trade among Africans. And no African should be held to only trade with France or any other Western country. We must trade with ourselves first and foremost. Africa is rising. Africa arise. Africa is rising. Africa arise. Africa is rising. Africa arise. Please support this movement. Support them. Share the broadcast. Reach more people. We need this to go, viral. We need more people to join in what is going on. This is great news. Somebody said Nigeria next. OGB said, and Hassan Abuka joined. Africa shall be free. Absolutely. And let me hit something else, and somebody else said as well. So a lot of people joined earlier on. So thank you for those of you who have joined, and we'll continue to ask you. Let me see if I can bring ODB on. So let me, indeed, ODB, if you want to join us, you are welcome to join us. The battery is running low here. So let me just answer that quickly. So I'm going to answer that. So what we are showing you is that please give us likes and things, because what we're trying to do is grow the platform, and of course, to get a better experience, we would recommend that you join us on YouTube. So go ahead and click hashtag #CitizenAY on YouTube and subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people. It's really, really important that we do so. Look at what you're seeing on the screen. It's amazing. The people are speaking up. They are supporting the military. They are with the military. And that is the image that we must ensure we spread across the whole of Africa, so that Africans will know that we are in support. We are in support of the massive change, the massive. So I hate to. Bongo, go see Pepper for prison. Yes, he go see Pepper. Yes, he go see Amo, my brother. One France back family run Bongo regime for more than 55 years. Haba. Exactly. So we're gonna pin that here. Well said, my brother. I hate to. Yes, you are so right. So I'm pinning that comment. That comment was made on YouTube. Thank you very much, my brother. Don't forget to subscribe, those of you joining us. Make sure you give us a thumbs up. Give us the thumbs up. Every time you like it, it reaches more people. The great news, the breaking news that we're bringing to you, those of you watching us on TikTok, is this. Gabon is the latest country in Africa to have a bloodless coup, to kick out puppets of the colonials, the Ali Bongo family. Ali Bongo was made the president of Gabon. He took over power from his own father, who was in Gabon. The family of Bongo family have been running, like somebody said now, running Gabon for 55 years on oppressing their own people to suit the needs of the likes of France. France are looting African resources, and it's not only France. It is a one for all for one approach by the colonials when it comes to to Africa, and we need to be aware of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do share this broadcast, and don't forget, go and subscribe to Citizen A1 on YouTube. Help us reach more people. It is really important, the information that we're sharing, that what as we speak, Gabon has freed itself from the claws, from the jaws of the colonial, who have imposed the Ali Bongo family on the people, and we are proud of their efforts. And I'd love you all. Top messages again. Good morning, those of you who are joining us. Please share this program. Thank you very much. More money. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, my brother, for that comment. I really appreciate it. We need more people to share this program. You are watching a great thing. This is not going to be carried. What I am showing you will not be covered by the mainstream media. That is why I'm telling you, as an African, we need to understand that we are all we got. We are all we got. We must play our part. You know, yeah, we need this in Nigeria. So Moji Adesonya, this is the freedom we need in Nigeria, so that indigenous can go their ways. Yes, Yoruba nation to be set free. I agree with you, Moji Adesonya. This is a comment made on Facebook. I am in complete agreement. Stand up for your rights, Africans. Patrick Igovia. Thank you so much for that comment. Again on Facebook. I'm going to read as many as possible. Freedom from, let me just read that. Freedom from Kemi Bello. Thank you very much. Again on Facebook. These are the kind of comments. As you're watching this, please do share. And like I said, we are all, when it comes to freedom of Africa, I want you to know, those who have oppressed us for so long, for over 500 years, they are not going to want us to go easily. They will do everything. They will do everything to keep Africa enslaved. We will not have any friends when it comes to the freedom of Africans. We are not going to have any friends. We are all we got. Let us be we are all we got. So it is very important, if you are watching this broadcast, how can you help with this massive drive to free Africa? Share this broadcast, subscribe to Citizen A1 on YouTube, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. See the military there being supported by the people. This image will not be seen on the mainstream media. This image you are seeing will not be shared on the mainstream media, because they don't want the people of Africa to know that they have the power to take control of their own future. The militaries are supported by the people of Gabon. See that? That is what we are trying to make sure we share. So those of you watching us on TikTok, again, if you haven't subscribed to Citizen A1 on YouTube, I urge you, go ahead and subscribe. Help us reach more people. Look at that. People are on the streets. They're not hiding. It's bloodless coups. As Africans, we have to do something. Those puppets must not, none of them must be taken out. They mustn't be snuffed out. They must be arrested, not taken out. It has to be bloodless coups, because the message is this. The message that we want for the world to know. Africa is standing up for its rights, and is standing up to ensure that its people are no longer oppressed. As I speak to you, there is a long line of trucks going to and coming from the mines all over Congo, taking our resources for zero. Those resources end up in UN trucks, the so-called peacekeeping forces, under the guise of peacekeeping in Congo. They come and take resources at zero. And the people who mine those resources are Africans who are never paid for that. Some of them died, don't get anything. That is why we are doing what we're doing. Please, Africans, those of you watching us, we are all we got. We are all we got. So I urge you, share this program, help us reach more people. It's very, very important what we are doing here. I see the numbers are down on Facebook. I'm not worried about that. But those of you that joined earlier, that will join later on, please, I urge you, Look at the pictures. Look at the faces of the people. You won't see this kind of image on the mainstream media. They don't want that, because when they put that, when they show that image, then they are now admitting that the people are speaking. Instead, they will hide this kind of image, and we need this kind of image to be shared. This is very important. All Africans, we must work together to bring this information out, to bring it down. You can already see, those of you on Facebook, just yesterday, we had over 200 people following Citizen AY. But now, I'm not afraid to say this, because of the news, what we are carrying, showing what is going on in Gabon, and encouraging fellow Africans to rise up for their rights. Guess what? The numbers are being switched off. The notification is suddenly being switched off again, because the narrative that they don't want, the narrative that we are putting forward here to spread. They don't want it to spread. But guess what? As they say, Heron Jill Scott says, the revolution will never be televised. The revolution will never be televised. The revolution will never be televised. And that is what is going on. So, MLK, yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. So we will, what I'll do, I'll come back to that later. Let me just, I'm probably going to do a MySpace later on Twitter. But currently we are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, we are on YouTube. And please, we want to urge you, those of you on YouTube, we thank you also very much. Keep hitting the like button. Keep giving us a thumbs up. The platform where we were doing a lot of what we're doing, at least in the short to medium term now, it's going to be on YouTube. So each and every one of you coming in, as you're coming in, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to hit the like button, because when you do that, you help us reach more people. It's very, very important that we begin to awaken our people. We must work with our people. See, they're taking away the picture of Ali and his family. People are going to take the picture, and they are laughing. That is because they know that he's a puppet. You see, they're stripping the picture. They're stripping the picture of Ali Bongo off the walls. These are things that we need to share. Those of you who are on TikTok, join Citizen AY on YouTube. Hashtag capital C, lowercase ITIZEN, capital we can
Nous réaffirmons notre attachement au respect des engagements du Gabon vis-à-vis de la communauté nationale et communiquer. Le comité pour la transition et la
restauration des institutions. Il est porté à la connaissance de la communauté nationale et internationale que M. Ali Bongo Ondimba est gardé en résidence surveillée. Il est entouré de sa famille et de ses médecins. Les personnes dont les noms suivent sont arrêtées notamment pour haute trahison contre les institutions de l'État, détournement massif des deniers publics, malversation financière internationale en bande organisée, faux et usage de faux, falsification de la signature du président de la République, corruption active, trafic de stupéfiants. Il s'agit de Moumeddine Bongo Valentin, Yann Ghislain Ngoulou, Mohamed Ali Salim, Abdul Hosseini, Jesse Ella Ekoga, Steve Dzeko Dzeko, Syriac Kouranjani. Une enquête sera commise par les autorités compétentes et les concernés.
How are you seeing what we're saying now?
Le Gabonais, c'est enfin notre essor vers la félicité. Que Dieu et les mains de nos ancêtres bénissent le Gabon. Honneur et fidélité à la patrie. Je vous remercie. Communiqué. Notre beau pays, le Gabon.
La France condamne.
A toujours
été. Mali, that's correct. And one more. And one more.
Et la France surveille avec beaucoup d'attention l'évolution de la situation sur place et réaffirme son souhait.
No, it's Guinea. You're not far off. Guinea. Guinea. Dombaye in Guinea. So, no problem. Look, we are all here to learn. I'm really grateful that we are having this discussion. Those of you who are on Facebook and YouTube, please, we're having a discussion on TikTok with my brother here. So please do permit me, but continue to watch the broadcast as we speak. So as I was saying, my brother, now you are right. You see what we are trying to do, and I'm so glad that you have that information. That is the kind of information that we as Africans all over the world we need to share this kind of information in our community. That is the only thing we must do, because the mainstream media, they will not carry this news because they don't want Africans to be able to share such news, to embolden themselves, to free themselves from the shackles of colonialism. So the fact that you are able to name 4 out of 5, my brother, it tells us that this news has traveled much further than they realize even themselves. So you have confirmed something by what you've done there. To name 4 out of the 5 countries right off the bat like that is great news, and it shows us that many Africans around the world are actually watching what's happening to their fellow Africans. And that is what we must begin to do, because it is in doing that that we will free ourselves collectively from the bondage of colonialism. So I'm really grateful for that comment that you made. You know, so yeah, somebody just said, I'm so happy for Gabon. Let me see, Sabaton, let me see, Sabano, let me see if I can add them. If you do want to comment, Sabano, comment. But my brother, once we are, if others want to join, is there anything you'd like to say, you know, as part of the discussion? We welcome you, you know, and your thoughts on what's going on as we're watching this unfolding news. Go ahead.
La Cour constitutionnelle, le Conseil économique, social et environnemental, le Conseil gabonais des élections.
Yes.
Nous appelons la population, les communautés des pays frères, installés au Gabon, ainsi que les Gabonais de la diaspora, au calme et à la sérénité. Nous réaffirmons notre attachement au respect des engagements du Gabon.
Exactly. Yes. So you are absolutely right. I mean, let's not forget that the BRICS has actually shown something now. The Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and I think it's Qatar. They've all joined the BRICS family now. So that means that there is more than one currency in the world now, challenging the hegemony of the dollar that is being used as a currency to suck away the wealth of Africa. So I don't think African countries should be afraid. I think we need to work assiduously. Like you said, we must do what we must do for our people to thrive in African continent. We're not talking about coming to take over Europe or anything. We just want our people to benefit from their own resources. So I am in agreement with you. We must do it, come what may. We need to put that effort in there. So I am in total agreement with you. My brother, if you don't mind me asking, are you from the Caribbean? Or your
en résidence surveillée.
Yes.
Il est entouré de sa famille et de ses médecins. Les personnes.
Okay. Wow. So I mean, this is very, very important what is going on, because what you're saying now and the things you're talking about here, and how your knowledge, the knowledge that you're bringing forward, this is the kind of knowledge that we want to permeate all our African diaspora, because I see you as an African, and many Africans were enslaved, you know, and taken away from Africa, you know, and used and everything else, and no, you know, compensation. And now we are all awakening, and we must. The point is, when Africa awakens, it will benefit the entire all Africans across the world, so that we will start looking out for each other wherever we may be, you know, and make sure that the things that we need to grow and to thrive in our economies will be put in place. Africa is the real center to free the entire people and black race. To be honest, that is the reality, and the comment that you're making here confirms it. And I'm really grateful that your comments here, it proves your commitment to this struggle. You know, so you are against Yoruba freedom. Stop lying. Or more Yoruba. Well, I don't know. Some people, you say we won't have other people. We can't have everybody in total agreement. But some people have ways to create, you know, divisions. But we're not interested in division. We're interested in ensuring that Africa is free. And that's what we need to do. We have to make sure, because if Africa is not free, then the rest, wherever we are on this planet, we cannot exist in a way that is going to to be beneficial to us. Africa has been held down deliberately, impoverished. The financial systems that is in use, that is being enforced upon Africans, is some of the most racist financial systems. Some of the most racist financial systems. It underpins the entire financial structure of the Western world. The racism is built into the system, but a lot of people don't realize that. And I say that without any equivocation. I'm saying that categorically because it's something I know. I'll give you an example. What I mean is this: for every 1 naira that we have in Nigeria, Nigerian currency, 1 naira is only worth, get this, 0.0013 of a cent of dollar. Not $1, a cent of a dollar. So the naira is worthless. Again, if you go and look at the sefa, when you compare it to the €1, it's only worth 1.0015 of a penny, let's say, in Europe. So in those cases, you can see that the systems that have been built have been designed to ensure that our mineral resources, they buy it at dirt cheap prices, as stated by a professor called Howard Nicholas. And these are things that we are facing. So collectively, all of us as Africans, we need to understand that we are all we got. My brother, we are all we got. Yourself, me, we are all we got. Because those who are oppressing us, they will not carry this news. They will not share this important information because they don't want us to be aware of it. And this is where you and I come in. So I'm really grateful for your comments. And please continue to add more. You are welcome to speak on more ideas and suggestions because we are all part of this struggle. And believe you me, Africa, a free Africa, will definitely be interacting with Suriname and all the places that you mentioned, St. Vincent, will be interacting with every African. The Haitians, they've been impoverished. Haitians freed themselves. But to make an example of Haiti, do you know that America worked with France to ensure that Haiti never ever rises? Because Haiti was going to be a symbol of the strength of Africans. So we need to understand a lot of stories have been hidden from us, and we need to share those stories. So this is what this is really about. So what is happening on the African continent is unstoppable. I am certain. In fact, I can feel it. It's in all our DNA. All we need to do is to begin to connect. The journey is not outwards, but inwards. That's what the journey is. But let's go forward, my brother. Carry here. Go ahead, my brother. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to see something else, I'm really grateful. So, yeah. Hello?
Ce jour, 30 août 2023, nous, forces de défense et de sécurité, réunis au sein du comité pour la transition.
I'm with you. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. Au nom du peuple gabonais et garant de la protection des institutions, nous avons décidé de défendre la paix en mettant
oh yes.
le régime en place.
Oh yes.
À cet effet, les élections générales du 26 août 2023,
yes.
ainsi que les résultats tronqués,
well said.
annulés. Les frontières sont
Yes.
fermées jusqu'à
Yes.
nouvel ordre.
Yes.
Toutes les institutions de la République, notamment le gouvernement, le Sénat,
Yeah.
l'Assemblée nationale, la Cour constitutionnelle, le Conseil économique,
Exactly.
social et
Yes.
environnemental, le Conseil gabonais des élections.
Exactly.
Nous appelons la population, les communautés des pays frères installés au Gabon, ainsi que les Gabonais.
Yes, indeed. So I mean, you raise a very good point. The Arabs and the Europeans have been doing a tag team on us. Since the 7th century, the Arabs came and enslaved. Then the 14th century, the Europeans came and enslaved. And then they started working together. And we need to be very, very clear about it. And any of this talk, when they talk about, the Egypt it belongs to Arabs. It's a joke. The people that built the pyramids are Africans. End of story. They speak my language. In the translation of the language of the Egyptians, we have similar words for our food, for the names we call things, there's so many similarities. So anybody telling us that Egypt is not African, not black African, they can have they're just joking. Sheikh Anta Diop proved conclusively that Egypt is African. So any of the talk that they're trying to do, all of their lies, we must confront it head on. We need to confront it. Egypt is in Africa. In fact, it's not even Egypt. It's called Kemet. Kemet is what the name is, and we as Africans must call it what it is. That's the name those who built those pyramids called it. They called it Kemet, the land of the black land. And chemistry comes from Kemet. Chemistry comes from Kemet, to blacken. That's what it means. But a lot of people don't want to talk about these things. So these are things that we need to teach ourselves in our community. So my brother, only for time purposes, I'm really grateful for your comments and your submission here. Please continue to listen on. Chip in if you do want to chip in. I'm going to try and see if I can bring others on, and I want to try and continue the broadcast on YouTube and Facebook, and maybe get any more. I want to get more updates on what's going on in Gabon. But please, I urge you, share the broadcast as well. Make sure that our people are aware, because we are all we got. I can assure each and every one of us on here that the mainstream media will not be covering this news in the narrative, in the proper context it should be covered. The context in which this should be covered is from the perspective of those who have been oppressed for so long. But the Western press will do everything to put a spin on it, to make it seem as though the people didn't want it, all to ensure that Africa continues to be colonized. So we are all we got. We must share this kind of news on all our platforms to reach as many people as possible. Not just yourself, everybody. And I'm reaching as many people as possible. We need to connect with all African social media. African, Caribbean, Haitian, all the media. That's where we will begin to get our news, because we realize that the news that we're being fed by the system is designed to keep us enslaved where we are. The system says we will not allow Africa to develop. We will keep Africa impoverished. We will ensure that Africa remains only a raw material producing continent. We cannot continue to listen to the mainstream media of these people who are doing this thing. So that, for me, is a message that I want to send to each and everybody. But my brother, as we're talking along, if any idea comes into your head or any thoughts or something you want to add, please do so. I welcome it. I really, really welcome it. Go ahead, please, if you want to add something. Go ahead. So those of you who are watching, you're welcome to join us as well. You are, of course, listening to Citizen Network, the platform where we speak truth to power. Gabon and the people of Gabon have supporting the military as they overthrew the family, the Bongo family, that have been in power through the tacit support of the French for over 51 years. They said enough. We are tired of being oppressed. So yeah, I'm grateful. So anybody wants to join us, let me add some people here. We can do something. Go ahead. Yes, fantastic. So let me add others as well. So I'm going to invite a few other people if people want to join and say some things. The more we are talking about this, the better, because that way we can actually give this a proper context, and we need to share the message. And ladies and gentlemen, those of you on Facebook and on YouTube, continue to share the broadcast. The message is this: Gabon people are supporting the military. It's a bloodless coup. That's another thing I want to say. It's a bloodless coup. It is a bloodless coup. The coup that took place in Gabon is a bloodless coup. It's a coup where the people are in support of what happened. So let me, if anybody wants to join, I'm just trying to see faces. Okay, we're back now. live show about that. Let me see if anybody else wants to join. I'm going to invite everybody, and whoever joins, and you can add your own comment. You can add and say a few words about what's going on, because it's really important that we do so. We speak up on this. So whoever wants to join, you are welcome to join. My brother, okay. So, Ayi, thank you so much for joining and your comments there. Very much appreciated. So, good news. Yes, good news for Africa. Nigeria is still sleeping. Sammy thinking. Yes, we hope they wake up. Good news for Africa. Nigeria, freedom for Gabon people. Yes, so Nigeria must wake up. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to wake up. Sammy thinking. Let me see if we can add you. I don't know if I'm going to try and add you. Let me have to follow each other before I can add you. So I'm following. And let me make you a guest. I'll see if I can send you a guest so you can join if you want to join in. So let me do that again with Fridays as well. I'm following. Let me see if I can add you as a guest. And I'll add you as a guest. I'm going to try and add. So let me see. No, we can't see. So, but like I said, ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching us on Facebook, you can see Facebook are up to their kicks again. We're not really bothered. What I'd like you to do is, as you're watching us, go and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button. Give us thumbs up. The more you share on YouTube, the more we reach more people. It's really, really important. We do not have any confidence in the system. Ultimately, as Africans, we must ensure that. Thank you very much, my brother. I'm going to pin the message. It says here, please share this broadcast. And leave your comments, please. As you come in on Citizen AY, the platform where we speak for the power, leave your comments. So please. Let us, I welcome Super Chat as well on YouTube, and whatever you can do to support us. The best way you can help us is to share the broadcast, number one. Make sure, number one, first, subscribe, share the broadcast, like it, give us thumbs up to reach more and more people on YouTube. And Facebook, they will do what they want to do. But like I said, the great news is that, as you see on the screen right now, as you're hearing the news, the great news is that the Omo Yoruba, would you like to come in and discuss? I'll invite you in. You can talk and have we have different views. I support Yoruba Nation, and that is my standpoint. You may take it or leave it, and it's also part of what we need to do in terms of going forward in the struggle for Africa as well. That is my take. But if you have a different view, you're welcome to join us and have a discussion. You see, on this platform, we encourage discussions. We're not here to try and tell somebody how to think or what not to say. We are all entitled to our views, and we are sharing opinions. And as Africans, we must begin to talk among ourselves. We won't necessarily agree on everything that we say, but it provides a platform that we can dialogue and discuss, and maybe the opportunity to look at things from a different point of view, and it may sway our view in support of Africa. Currently, many of us, the conditioning that we are under. So let's hear.
I'm at the residence.
You see?
Right now, I'm in the residence.
So the president has not been, you see, they're showing him live. They're showing the Gabon president live in the palace, even though he has been toppled over. And they're doing it to make the people know that it's a bloodless coup. What a brilliant move. Brilliant move. Listen on. Let's listen.
Thank you.
So this is awesome. I'll come back and show you. They just showed him live on air. They've taken over. They haven't killed him. They don't want to kill anybody. They're not interested in killing anybody. They want a freedom. They want freedom for Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Those of you on Facebook, you can see Facebook are up to their tricks again, particularly when you are talking about issues that Facebook don't want you to really talk about. What they do is they suddenly bring down your numbers because they don't want you to reach more people. Because the more you reach more people, the more the message that you're trying to send. So they're trying to control that. They're not really, I'm not afraid of it. I don't be afraid. We will continue what we're doing. We know that we are trying to free our people. So when I ask you to join join us and help us reach more people. The breaking news is this: Gabon, the people of Gabon, and moments ago they just showed the president of Gabon begging, talking about, okay, he's in his residence, it's fine, nothing is wrong with him, showing that he's alive, he's not being killed, because that way he will not allow the Western press to say, oh, they've kidnapped the president, he's been killed, and all of that. You see him live on camera, he's alive, but he's no longer in control because the people support the military. What I call the African intellectual realignment. The African intellectual realignment. Let us get used to using those words. African intellectual realignment. We need to do that because we need to free ourselves from bondage. We are in bondage, whether we like it or not. Be it the French speaking or the English speaking, we are in bondage. Our financial system is being controlled by the colonials till today. From 1884 till today, the financial systems operating on the African continent till as we speak are the systems imposed by the colonials till today. We need to work together collectively as one entity. Africa is one continent, and we are the people, the people of Africa, must see ourselves as one. We mustn't allow ourselves to be divided by those who have oppressed and looted our resources for so long. We need to speak and stand as one. That is how I see it. So, yeah, freedom for the people of Gabon. Like I said, so we're going to look at more people. So, in the UK, I see people who are from different parts of Africa. Exactly. User, yes. Why are you against freedom fighter Mama Olitiri? Omo Yoruba, I am not against her. I'm not against that. What I'm saying is that the fact of the matter is that you cannot achieve referendum in the manner in which she achieved it. She said she achieved it. The referendum that she said we got, it means nothing. It hasn't achieved nothing. It hasn't. The only referendum that will be recognized as the one is the one that the government has a hand in or put in place. When we do a unilateral referendum, such as we do, it will hold no water. And because it's only restricted to only one side of it, the whole country has to have a part in that process. That's what I mean. Yeah, working together with love and happiness. User, absolutely, yes, I agree with you. But nonetheless, for me as Africans, first and foremost, we need to understand something, and our mindset as Africans must change. We need to understand that we are all we got. Nobody is going to do anything. Nobody's going to do Africa a favor. We must do that favor to ourselves. We must, and how we do that is simply by uniting. When we unite and we begin to work towards the single goal of ensuring that all Africans benefit from our enormous mineral resources that these people are fighting over themselves. They are fighting themselves. You see, they are trying to recolonize Africa. This time, we mustn't let it happen. So the voice of the people of Africa is very important. No one person should speak for the whole of Africa. All Africans must speak up for themselves in their various parts. That is what we're going for. You know. So I hope that makes sense. You know, and I'm really reiterating that point. If you do want to join the discussion and say something, home and away, I'll invite you. Anybody who's watching here, I'll invite as many of you as possible. Like I said, the great news is this: the people of Gabon, they are in full support of their military that has actually taken control of Gabon, deposed Ali Bongo, a puppet of the French. Ali Bongo, a puppet of the French. Ali Bongo, Susie Reti, if you can join us, that would be great. Please let us help us grow the members of Citizen Y on TikTok as well. Join, follow, help us. Let me see. Omo Ani. So let me. I'm inviting you. If you do, whoever wants to have a discussion, just like the other guy, you are welcome to join and say a few words. And of course, chip in your own suggestions and ideas. We welcome each and every one of you to discuss. But like I said, the good news the breaking news is this: the people of Gabon, they have now joined the African people of Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and Gabon. They have all carried out bloodless coups. They carried out bloodless coups that the people of those countries overwhelmingly support. It is important that that message is got out there. We get the correct message out, because the Western press will try to portray that they are oppressing their own people, when in actual fact they are freeing them. As you see in that picture, there's a picture of Laurent Gbagbo. I'm going to try and see if I can take a screenshot and blow that up on the screen as we speak. Laurent Gbagbo is indeed being captured, but it's not being, what's the word? Nothing is wrong with him. So let me get that screenshot for you, and then we'll do something with that briefly, because we need you to see as is. Laurent Gbagbo is alive and well. So I'll put that prominently in the middle of the picture, of course, for you to see. Let us see how we can get that, make that happen for us all to see. 1 second, please. Give me a minute. We're just trying to bring that up. It's very important what is going on here. I'm going to try and let me just quickly, those of you watching, please do share and help us reach more people. I'm just joining, sir. Okay, welcome on board. If you do want to join, guest, I'll make you a guest, and you're welcome to join if you want to. And we'd just like to hear a few words. I was going to make a call to somebody, but I might have to do that in another way. But let me see if I can do that. Let me do this one way. I want to just quickly make a call and just tell them that, so I can talk to somebody who's going to be leaving soon. Let's have a look. Let's see. Can I do that? Yeah. Quickly. Just want to just touch base with somebody. So, what's it doing? Looking at it. That's fine. So we are just trying to check things out. So 1 second. So let me just make sure that we are on the right page here.
So I'm calling you to make noise.
You see?
Make noise. You see? Make noise. Really. I'm thanking you.
You see that?
Thank you.
You see? So that's the Ali Bongo making a statement on live, you know. He's not been arrested. Nothing's happened to him. So we don't want anybody spreading a false rumor. Oh, they've done something. They haven't done. No. He's not been arrested. He's free. He's been arrested and he's been deposed. You know. So let me run it. 1 second. I don't know. 1 second, please. Give me a minute. I'm trying to address this. Okay, so let me go and do this. Let me go and get this done. We will be in touch. So let me just make this. I want to make sure this works. Quickly, I'm going to make a phone call. Okay. So we're just really quickly going to do this, because I want to make sure that I get the 1 statement in. So just wait. I'm going to make a quick phone call. So I just want to make sure I'm doing this on air as I speak to you. But the great news, Gabon, as I've freed the people from Ali Bongo. Yes, Yomi. Yomi. Yeah, I'm live. I'm live, but quickly, I just want to take a quick look. I'm going to just quickly mute for a second.
My wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence. Nothing happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise. Make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo, Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, For the people here have arrested me, and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence. Nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me.
So as you are hearing,
you are hearing
now.
My son is somewhere. My wife is in another place.
Okay, hello. Somebody here? Are they joined in? Susie. Hi, Susie. How you doing? Great to hear from you. It's great to hear from you. It's been a while. It's been a minute. My sister, I don't know if you've heard the news. I wanted to hear your view on things. Gabon. There's been a coup in Gabon. Yes, they've taken over power, a bloodless coup. They've kicked out the president who has been there, the son of the first president. The family has been in power for 51 years. Yes, so they've taken over now. And it was in a bloodless coup. They're showing him talking. He's been arrested, but he's no longer in power. And as we know, he's a puppet for the French. What are your thoughts on it as you're hearing this? Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm calling you to make noise. Really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me. And my family. My son is somewhere. My wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. I'm in the residence. Nothing.
Yes, please do.
I don't know what's going on.
So Gabon's now the 5th country. All of the francophone countries now. All of them are francophone countries that has been freeing themselves in a bloodless coup, taking over power from the colonials who have been oppressing them. And because, as we know, many of the resources in those countries have been taken for free from those countries. So it is so the countries, for me, I think it's a very, very good thing to see them stand up, and they are not taking the lives of those people that they're deposing. It's a clear message. There's an intellectual realignment going on. Right. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling
Whoa.
to make noise.
Whoa.
Make noise. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm thanking you.
Give her a ring. But thank you so much for joining us and leave your thought. I mean, if you want to add something more, please go ahead and do so. Listen, thank you so much. Listen, I'm so grateful you took the time to just join in, chip in. Listen, take care. We must do a program again soon. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Do. Yeah, please do so. Welcome. Great. Nice meeting to you. Take care. Bye, Susie. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I'll just end it. Let me see if I can. You got it? Just okay. I'll do that. Let me. Now you ask a question. Let me see if I can. I will try and go on your page and. Yeah, there is. You just end. You just simply leave or mute yourself and then you. So let me see. I'll get it done. Mute it. That's it. Good. So there you go. Yeah, just wanted to just say a few things quickly. So thank you so much, those of you watching us. It's still going on. We are still going on live on YouTube and Facebook. We are following what's going on. As I speak to you, I'm trying to get a picture of Lawrence Gbagbo up so that we can see him. He's been discussing, he's been talking on the platform, on TV. It is showing us, they're showing us that they've deposed him, they've not killed him. And that is what we need to do. So let me see if others want to join. If anybody wants to join, if anybody wants to, throw me an invite if you want to talk. Barry Sabalo, you're welcome to join if you want to talk, chip in a few words. I'm going to be doing more regular shows from here in again on TikTok. And I know I've not done it very much because I've been busy. It's just been very busy. And sometimes to try and fit things in can be a trifle, difficult. But let me have a look. So we're gonna come out and do that 1 second. I want to just see what's going on. So that's Ali Bongo speaking. The man that you're hearing in the background is Ali Bongo, the man that's been deposed by the Gabon military. The Gabon military deposed him, and they have overwhelming support of the people of Gabon. They have overwhelming support of the people of Gabon. So, Vibers, welcome on board. Vibers Infinity, welcome on board. You are watching Citizen Newa, the platform where we speak to power. The best way you can help us is to subscribe to Citizen Newa on YouTube. Help us grow the platform, and we need to reach more people. We really need the support to get our message out there. As Africans, we need to increasingly rely on African news media for our news. As Africans, we need to increasingly rely on African news media for our news, because a lot of the news that we're getting from the Western news is all skewed to ensure that Africa remains enslaved. We need to break all those webs of deceit that they built and entrapped Africa. We need to break it down. The best way is to build our own systems and use those systems, populate it with our own thoughts, our own ideas, our own ways to make sure that our people are free. We need to break free from this system. We must. And this is not about trying to fight anybody, but Africa must stand up. How we stand up is taking collective action and beginning to really use those powers. So I'm going to just give you Lawrence Gbagbo here. So that's Lawrence Gbagbo. I'm going to just show you. I want you to just see the picture. So that's Lawrence Gbagbo you see briefly there. I want to just see. So that's Lawrence Gbagbo you see. I'm just blowing up. See? That's right there is Lawrence Gbagbo. We're just giving you so you can see that he is in his office, his hands are, so he's giving a sign of he's not in power. So we all know that. That's Lawrence Gbagbo there. I'll make a clearer picture later on, but for now, I wanted you to have that as something that you can look at. Those of you who are on TikTok, please continue to follow Citizen Newa, the platform where we speak to power. Join us. Africa is in a period where the awakening is rapidly manifesting, and those powers that are unable to control that. It is up to you and I now to join hands and ensure that we free Africa. We're not talking about invading anything else. We're talking about freeing Africans. And you and I know, those of us who are Africans, we know we are sending money every month home because of the very system that has been impoverishing us, making our people suffer in a land of the plenty. Africa is the richest continent on planet Earth. We only people that can free us is Africans. Only Africans can free Africans, and we need to ensure that we work assiduously to free ourselves. Nobody can do it for us, only us. Nobody can do it for us, only us. As you're watching, Please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us reach more people. Help us grow this platform. We really appreciate your support. We need to continue to reach more people. Go ahead, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube, hit notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people. Share, share, and share. This is of immense importance that we reach as many people with this information. There are things that is going on now that means that Africa, for the first time, is really standing up for ourselves, and we need to continue that. We need to continue to encourage more Africans to join in the struggle. We really appreciate that. So yeah, time for freedom for all Africa is here. Absolutely, James Friday. I agree with that statement entirely. I'm just looking on YouTube and Facebook. Let it go around with the whole African continent, because all African rulers are all selfish and wicked. Absolutely, Jonathan Ajaybu. Exactly, Ajaybu, sorry. So, yeah, all hail Oduduwa, James Friday. Absolutely. All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa. So, we are in agreement with what has been done. You know, this is our time. We're just saying, I think I'll probably be wrapping up on TikTok now. I'll come back later on. I've added a few people. Unless I see anybody joining us and having a few words here and there, I think I'm going to call it a day. Well, I'll bring it to an end now on TikTok and then focus fully on ensuring that we give you that information on. Oh, somebody's joining it. One maker. Okay. One maker join. Thank you. So let me. I'll follow you as well. I'll invite people as guests. If you're able to join me. Say a few words. We are hearing those of us. Unfortunately, you can see. You see, that is Ali Bongo. Let's listen to him. That's Ali Bongo. Let's listen to him. Ali Bongo of the former president of Gabon, deposed by the military, making a statement. Listen.
My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence.
He's at the residence.
I'm in the residence. Nothing.
Listen.
Happening. Nothing is happening.
Nothing has happened to him. He's saying nothing has happened to him. So.
To make noise.
Yeah.
To make noise, really. I'm thanking you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So that is the Gabon president saying that he's okay. He's been deposed. He's okay. He's been separated from his wife and his son. He doesn't know where they are, but he's in residence. That
for the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere. My wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence.
Okay.
Right now, I'm in the residence.
So you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. We like to bring really important information to us as Africans. And like I was saying, as Africans, we need to begin to make sure that the news that we hear about Africa comes from Africans. The news that we hear about Africa come from Africans. We need to start buying from African businesses. We need to start wearing African clothes. We need to start, all of this stuff. It's all to empower all of us collectively. We need to start ensuring that we travel. We get free travel across the whole of Africa for Africans with no restrictions. All of this has gone on for so long, they've oppressed us for so long that we believe that we've accepted that as a way of life when we should. So we support Gabon. We are in support of what Gabon is doing, and we need us all to continue in that vein. Those of you watching now, I want to thank you all for joining me. You've been watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. It's instead I've been over on here now for over an hour on the broadcast. I'm going to come back later on. We will talk some more about Gabon and other things. What I want you to do, we're welcome to give us roses and stars and things, and I'm grateful. Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth power. And like I said, Africans, we are all we got. Africans, we are all we got. Africans, we are all we got. We need to really understand what that means. It means that we are all we got. We are on our own. It is by working together within our communities will we truly be able to have a great Africa that will benefit Africans. As we speak, many Africans on the African continent right now are suffering because of the punitive and extractive and punishing policies imposed on Africa. The financial structures are racist systems. The financial structures currently operating on African continent are racist systems, and that is what it is. That is the reality that we need to make our people aware of. And you can see that there is a massive support for the Gabon military that took over power from the Ali Bongo family that have been in power for over 51 years, and that where we should be expecting. The question on our lips now should be why, not should be why, it should be which country next is going to fall. That should be the thing. To which country is going to have a bloodless coup. That should be what is on our thoughts and our lips. You can hear the support. You can hear the people are supporting them. You can hear there is massive support for the actions of the military. Africans are supporting Africans in freeing Africa. That is what we want to hear. We need to hear more of this kind of talk. We are tired of colonials oppressing and suppressing Africans on the African continent. I wanted to speak to the power. Now let me have a sip of water. So you can see the people are so happy. So very, very important. So what I'll say is for now I'm going to end the broadcast. We'll come back with more. I want to thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back with one. I'll come back later. Thank you. Again, breaking news, Gabon. Before I go, breaking news, Gabon, the military in Gabon have freed their people from bondage that the colonials have put them in for over 51 years. Gabon is a free nation now, and they are going to ensure that all of those structures imposed by France on them is brushed away, cast away, and France will be, like they have been told to move away from Mali, like they've been told to move away from Niger, from Burkina Faso, from Guinea, and now Gabon. France and the colonials must leave the African continent. They have oppressed and suppressed us long enough in our continent. And what is worse is that these same people, they have immigration that they prevent Africans from coming to their country, but they come and lead from us. The sheer injustice, the sheer audacity of this. We need to speak up. Look at the pictures of the people. Look at the smiles on the faces. Those of you on TikTok, you won't see this. But those of you on Facebook and on YouTube, look at the smiles on the faces of the people. They are tired. They have had enough of this. We need to speak up. We must speak up. We need to join them. We need to share the message. This message will not be shared on the mainstream media. They don't want you to hear it. But we need to share our own message. We need to start telling our own narrative. We need to start telling our own stories as Africans. And we start making sure that we put forward what we need to improve the lives of ourselves collectively. Because we are all we got. We are all we got. We are all we got. If you're watching this broadcast and you haven't subscribed already to Citizenewa on YouTube, please go ahead and do so now. Help us reach more people. We need your support. We need to grow the platform. We need to reach more and more people with the information that we're sharing. Like I said yesterday, I'm going to read to you a section. You can see the picture you see are the military being supported by the people, because they know that the people, the government has been oppressing them for so long that the people are now glad that the military is in support. So we're saying that now. Let me see. Mama Shakir. I'm not too sure if that's I don't know if you want to join in, but I'm just showing you what's going on. So what we're saying is, it is very, very important that people understand what is going on. That a coup is taking place. It has taken place in Gabon, and you can see in the picture. Those of you on Facebook, you will see there's a picture of the Gabon president who has been he's been effectively, shall we say, he's been arrested. He's safe. Nothing is being done to harm him. It's just making sure that, So let me see. Let's hear what Tinubu says now. Appoint former Governor Wike's commissioner. Okay, that's for local news in Nigeria. We're not going to go to that. I wonder what their thoughts are. Let me hear. Somebody's calling me. Okay, hello. What would you like to say? Hello there? Hello? Can we hear you? Yeah, go ahead. Yes? 1 minute, go ahead. Yes, 1 second. Yes, you see. Back the show. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I am asking you, Cameroonian military.
Yes.
Are you people useless?
Yes, so.
That you are seeing your mates in other African countries.
Yeah.
Taking away those old fools that are working for the white man.
Yeah.
To train us and keep us in perpetual slavery.
Yes, they are.
Cameroon.
Yes.
Rise up and take all bastard out of that position.
Yes.
Popia has been there too long.
Yes.
It's time to go.
It is.
Every president in Africa that is older than 40 years
Yes.
should be chased out of the throne.
Well,
Including our ancestors.
yes.
Nigeria. Macaroni of France are all these.
Yes.
The president of the great country of Canada.
Yes.
About 80 years old.
Yes.
How old was Obama? Why should Tinubu, who is close to the great, be a president of a country that have young youth? It is time for Africa to rise up and take their position.
Yeah.
And must start from within. Every president that is in Africa that is older than 45, 50 years
Yes.
should be sent packing. Either by fire or by force.
Yeah.
We will change Africa.
Yeah.
It is time we change the black race and make Africa a beautiful place for all black men under the surface of this sun to come back to Africa.
Yes.
We are the reason why black men are being disrespected all over the world.
Yeah. Indeed.
We Africans, our leaders are the reason why black people are being killed in New York City. Our African leaders are the reason why black people are suffering all over this world. Not only Africans, even our brothers, our blood brothers who were taken during the time of slavery to every part of the world. Don't you know that Africa is beautiful like New York City? They would like to come back home. How will that happen? By changing of our government. By changing all those old fools that say that every time they come, they will go to Washington and campaign.
Yes.
How many people from Washington have come to Nigeria to campaign?
Exactly.
You are running for president. You are doing African summit. You are going to do it in Russia. You are going to do African summit in China. You are doing it in Europe. How many times have those people done their own summit in Africa?
Exactly.
Don't you see how foolish black people are? We must start from here.
Yeah, we have to.
Here is the beginning of the rising of Africa as a whole, not only Nigeria.
Exactly.
Popia have to go. Tinubu have to go. Every president that have ruled Africa have taken that position like he has this position. All of them have to go. We need a new leader. We need a new Africa. That can be respected by white man all over the world. That when you kill a black man, we send you and your companies and your embassy back him.
Indeed.
When you kill a black man in New York City, we shut down every white company in Africa and send them back home. When you kill a black man in France, in every part of the world, we Africans will rise and send you and your property back home. That would be the beginning of the black man being respected. We must fight for our rights. Africa must be respected. Nigeria must be respected. And every other nationality that wants to be free, like all the one nation,
Yeah. Exactly.
They have the right for self-determination.
Indeed.
They have the right to govern themselves and make use of their God-given resources. Thank you, Mr. A. You are doing a good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go and be a continue to bless you.
Amen. He said. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you. Do call again. Thank you. Wow, I'm going to save that number down. And that brother spoke a lot of truth. It made a lot of sense. And it's hard to argue against what he said there. When our leaders are not really, they need to start listening to the people. And this is a cautionary tale for all our leaders. We need to listen to what the people are saying. We need to make sure that whatever they're saying, that we take cognizance of what is being said. So we're going to save this. Let me see. Contact. So let me just mix up this up. So in Congo, yeah. So I'm gonna put that there, so we can do that now. So we have that. So like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you are of course watching Cisne where the platform will speak to power. You're seeing that there is a grand swell. 5 countries now in Africa in the space of a few months. Ghana. I'm sorry. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Guinea, now Gabon.
I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really.
Make noise. We wanted to make noise. But
thank you.
Yeah. So what's your opinion? Good.
And I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence.
Okay.
Right now, I'm in the residence. Nothing happening. Nothing is happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise. To make noise, really.
So we are showing you this. Please take the time to subscribe to Cisne, the platform will speak to the power. Share the broadcast. We're trying to reach as many people as possible with this information, so we can take collective action together. Raise the news, raise the awareness, the vibration level in Africa. We are speaking up. Our people are saying no more. They don't want any of this. So we're showing you there's overwhelming support for the military by the people of Gabon because they've been liberated from those who have been oppressing them. What you call election is a fraud, and you can see that fraud that it is now being laid to bear, been exposed for what it is, a fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to subscribe to Cisne, share the broadcast. We know that the numbers have been kept down. Yesterday, we had more viewers than this. We're not bothered about that. We're not worried. What we're saying is that we as Africans must begin to tune into our African platforms, because the information that we hear from the Western powers when it comes to Africa is going to be designed to ensure that we do not support each other, to keep us divided. Whereas if we're hearing news from our African platforms all over, whichever African platforms, we are going to be supporting ourselves and helping push this narrative, this positive narrative of Africans beginning to stand up for themselves on the continent of Africa. We need the vibration level to rise. We need to have unity among Africans on the African continent. It's really important. Your role is crucial in this. You can help us. Subscribe to Cisne, the platform where we speak to the power, and share the broadcast. Help us reach more and more people. The more we do that, the greater it becomes. It has to go around. Yes, like my brother said, it has to go around. So we are saying to you all, please share this broadcast. Since this morning, we have been doing this broadcast, trying to reach as many people as possible. I'm probably going to do a space at some point and invite a few people to join us in this discussion. It's very, very important. With the time is 1 o'clock UK time on the 30th of August, 2023. And the people of Africa are speaking. Africans are rising. They are saying no more. We don't want any more oppression in our land. and we are asking you to help us to reach more people. It's really, really important that we join hands, So please, so we are, we are seeing what is going on. There's a massive change, and I'm sure we can really relate to what's going on. I'm just showing you what is going on. 1 second, please. And you can hear Ali Bongo. He has obviously been arrested, and he's trying to say something, to say somebody to rise or whatever. But the people have risen up against his government, has oppressed them and supported, and has been and being propped up by the colonials. So that is, so what the people have spoken, they have supported the military overwhelmingly, just like they've done in Niger. So that is not a flash in the pan. You can see that it's not a flash in the pan by any stretch of the imagination, and we need to support them and raise the level of awareness in those communities. Our role is to help assist them, bring that level of awareness up, and we can do that. We can, and indeed we must do that. So 1 second, please. Make noise. They let him speak, but the people, you said that for the people to make noise, but you can hear that the people are saying they're not stopping you. So that tells you this is for the people. The people are fed up. Your family has been propped up by the French government for years. It's time Africans begin to really wake up. So you can hear what is being said here. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are joining us or who will join us later on, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth power. The breaking news that we have for you, of course, is that Gabon, the military in Gabon, have carried out what I term the African intellectual realignment, as stated by Dr. Arikana Shomborikwa. Africans are waking up and realizing that the governance that they have, instead of it being a democracy, it's been an autocracy imposed on the people by the colonials. Those leaders they are shadows working for the colonials, oppressing Africa, their own people. And by the Gabon military taking collective action, they have freed their people. That's a great thing that they've done in essence, and we support that. And we need to be aware that our news now as Africans must start coming from our own African people. We need to devise our own structures to receive and disseminate information and pass news along among ourselves, because the news that is being, the mainstream media is clearly designed to oppress, just like the financial system is designed to oppress, just like the religious system is designed to oppress, just like the educational system is designed to oppress, just like all systems that is being designed and being used in Africa is designed to oppress and keep Africans oppressed. They don't want manufacturing to take place in Africa. Everything is designed to oppress Africans in Africa, and yet Africans are not being in control. The best way we can be in control, that we can be in control in Africa, is to begin to work together collectively as Africans on the continent of Africa, and that's where you come in. Please subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We need to reach as many people as possible and bring this to awareness of as many people as possible. What I will do, I'm going to leave this running for a little bit. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll leave this going for as long as possible for us to really understand that we do have our people are beginning to rise. So I'll leave this running. I might go and get 1 or 2 things to eat to just catch up with the things. I barely had 4 hours sleep tonight because I did a late broadcast last night. Again, on the same subject of the freedom of Africa. We talked at length about what was happening in Africa and the fact that our resources are being taken for peanuts by the racist financial system imposed upon Africa by the colonials. That is the reality. And these are the things that we need to speak up about. We need to speak up for ourselves. We are all we got. Nobody's going to do it for us. It's not about hate. I'm talking about the reality of what is on ground. We are all we got. To have this kind of financial system to have been imposed on us since the 1940s, and it's still ongoing. The CFA, people of Africa in the French-speaking have been forced to use it. We in the 1970s, we in the English-speaking side, we've had to be using dollars, And all of that is designed to keep us not benefiting from our own resources. It means stripping us of our resources and our wealth. And we must address that. It's not about hate. It's about the survival of the coming generation of Africans. Don't forget, the youth population of Africans are the largest in the entire Africa. And what legacy are we leaving for them if we don't begin to speak up about this kind of injustice that the colonial imposition represents, and how they can remove it so they can have a brighter future? We must work together. Please share the broadcast. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. We need to grow this platform. We're close to something like 3,000 subscribers. We need to grow to have yet more, and we really appreciate your support. Please continue to give us a thumbs up. And we see the thumbs up is growing on the platform on YouTube. The more you give us a thumbs up, the more we'll reach more people. Let us continue to speak on that. I'm going to leave this running for a little bit. I'll be back in a short while myself. But let's keep watching this, and I'll keep an eye on it as well. I might leave comments right here. But I am with you. I'm listening. But we are just going to make sure that this live broadcast continues. 1 second, whilst we hear the development, we're showing you what is going on in Gabon and how the people are supporting the military. And we mustn't allow a false narrative to be told by the colonizers who have been oppressing and suppressing us in Africa. We must begin to tell our own story. We must begin to tell our own story. That is very, very important. 1 second, please. So give me a second. I'll be back in a second. I just need to excuse myself, and I'll be back shortly. But continue to watch. I'll keep an eye. We will follow what's going on back in a little bit.
Message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo, Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me, and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo, Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me, and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo, Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me, and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence. Nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you. I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence.
Allô, monsieur, c'est un bonjour. Bonjour. Je vais commencer par la fin. Est-ce que tout le monde peut se faire écouter? Est-ce que tout le monde peut écouter à l'arrière? Oui. Passer un message à la nation. Monsieur, s'il vous plaît, j'ai pas d'être long. J'avais pas d'être long. Ah, restez tranquille, taisez-vous. Silence. Ok, j'ai pas d'être long, parce que je dois l'ailleurs. Je vais commencer par la fin. Le couvre-feu est maintenu. Ce qui veut dire que nous tous, on doit rentrer à la maison. On est là tous pour la même cause. C'est vrai. Vous voulez clamer les liens de joie, mais vous allez faire ça chez vous. Il y a des petits bandits qui profitent là. C'est des vendeurs. Donc, allez rentrer chez vous. Criez la joie à la maison. Libérez le boulevard parce qu'on doit travailler. Le couvre-feu est maintenu. Libérez le boulevard. On a commencé une étape. Laissez-nous travailler. Libérez le boulevard. Merci, merci, merci. Merci.
l'organisation est précisément du côté du boulevard triomphal, un rassemblement spontané de la population. Voilà. Comme vous le voyez, plus de 2000 personnes rassemblées. Allez fêter chez vous, allez célébrer chez vous. Les activités continuent. Il n'y a pas de peur à sortir. Il n'y a pas de peur à vaquer à ses occupations. Tout est libre, tout est ouvert. Voilà.
Aujourd'hui, politique, économique et social.
Voilà, comme je vous le disais.
L'organisation des échéances électorales.
Plus de 2000 personnes réunies ce matin. Plus de 2000 personnes réunies.
Du 26 août 2023.
Voilà, comme vous voyez.
N'a pas rempli les conditions.
Voilà, le message est passé. Merci à l'armée gabonaise.
Tant espéré.
Voilà, plus de 2000 personnes.
Et les Gabonais.
8 h du matin.
À cela s'ajoute une gouvernance irresponsable.
Comme vous le voyez, après avoir été dispersé
par une dégradation
à l'armée, dans
de la
l'ordre,
cohésion sociale.
ils sont en train de regarder nos différents domiciles.
Le pays au chaos. Ce jour, 30 août 2023, nous, forces de défense et de sécurité, réunis.
Allez-y, fêtez chez vous, laissez-nous travailler, c'est le temps qui a été donné ce matin par un des responsables du groupe de l'armée ici à l'Assemblée nationale.
Nous avons décidé
voilà,
de
tout est
défendre
libre,
la paix
tout est ouvert,
en mettant fin au
tout
régime
circule,
en place.
comme vous pouvez l'imaginer.
À cet effet,
Voilà,
l'élection
ça
générale
circule.
du 26 août 2023, ainsi que les résultats du comté,
Voilà, ça circule.
annulés. Les frontières sont fermées jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Toutes les institutions de la République sont dissoutes, notamment le gouvernement, le Sénat,
Même aussi avec l'armée.
la Cour constitutionnelle, le Conseil économique, social et environnemental, le Conseil gabonais de sélection. Nous appelons la population,
C'est ce qui se passe.
communauté des pays frères.
Ils ont annoncé la dissolution de l'Assemblée nationale, la dissolution du Sénat, la dissolution,
Nous réaffirmons
la dissolution également de la Cour constitutionnelle.
vis-à-vis
Voilà.
de la communauté nationale et internationale. Peuple gabonais,
Donc, comme vous le
c'est enfin
constatez,
notre essor vers la félicité. Que Dieu et les mains de
merci
nos
d'avoir
ancêtres
regardé ce direct
bénissent le Gabon.
et restez connectés
Honneur
sur
et
la page
fidélité
Gabon
à la
quotidien.
patrie.
Au revoir,
Je vous
plus
remercie.
d'infos d'ici là.
Ne cassez rien. Ne cassez rien. Oh. Ne cassez rien. Voilà. Ne cassez rien. Oh. Ne cassez rien, pardon. Voilà,
communiqué et la restauration des institutions. Il est porté à la connaissance de la communauté nationale et internationale que M. Ali Bongo Ondimba est gardé en résidence surveillée. Il est entouré de sa famille et de ses médecins. Les personnes dont les noms suivent sont arrêtées notamment pour trahison contre les institutions. De nos ancêtres bénissent le Gabon. Honneur et fidélité à la patrie, je vous remercie.
Nous parlons de la démocratie.
Merci à vous. Merci à vous. Merci à vous. Merci pour la libération.
la fusion du Gabon, le développement du Gabon. La jeunesse chauve. La jeunesse chauve. On est fatigué. On veut les métiers. On veut exercer. On était déjà. Depuis les décennies, depuis les côtes de Congo, le PDG a toujours été là. Malgré nous, n'ont jamais gagné les élections. Et à notre surprise, nous attendons vraiment, nous savons que nous avons vu une position à gagner. Nous sommes fiers de ça, nous sommes fiers. Depuis tant d'années, la famille de Réunion, je peux faire. Vraiment, moi, je suis ému. Je suis vraiment ému de ça. Je suis ému. On veut le changement. On veut vraiment le changement. Nous sommes fatigués. Nous sommes fatigués. On veut le changement. On en a assez de ça. On en a assez de ça. Une famille au pouvoir.
Parce que trop, c'est trop. 64 ans, c'est trop. Je vous dis, c'est trop. Pourquoi? Parce que le pouvoir en place, jusqu'aujourd'hui, c'est trop. On aspire au changement. On veut le changement. Le Gabon est libéré. On est content. Toute la population gabonaise est contente. Et nous sommes contents que les militaires ont pris le pouvoir, nous sommes contents. Tout le Gabon est content et le Gabon est derrière la militaire.
President of Gabon,
économique
and
et
I'm to
social.
send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make
l'organisation des échéances électorales
for the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is
remplit les conditions d'un scrutin transparent,
right now,
crédible et
I'm in the
inclusif,
residence.
tant espéré par les Gabonaises
Nothing
et les
is
Gabonais.
I don't know what's going on.
À cela s'ajoute
I'm calling you
une
to make
gouvernance
noise,
irresponsable,
to make noise,
imprévisible,
to make noise, really.
qui se traduit par une dégradation continue de la cohésion sociale. Je vous remercie. Communiqué du Comité pour la transition et la restauration des institutions. International que M. Ali Bongo Ondimba est gardé en résidence surveillée. Il est entouré de sa famille et de ses maîtres. Était notamment pour haute trahison contre les institutions de l'État, détournement massif des deniers publics, faux et usage de faux, falsification de la signature du président de la République, il s'agit de Noureddine Bongo.
D'abord, la France condamne le coup d'État militaire qui est en cours au Gabon. Et la France surveille avec beaucoup d'attention l'évolution de la situation sur place et réaffirme son souhait que le résultat de l'élection, lorsqu'il sera connu, puisse être respecté. Donc nous surveillons cela avec attention. Pour le reste, je vous renvoie évidemment au Quai d'Orsay et à la ministre Catherine Colonna pour avoir plus d'informations.
Là, nous sommes du côté de l'Assemblée nationale, comme vous pouvez le constater. L'armée est ici campée avec toute son armoirie, son arsenal, pour assurer la sécurité. Juste au fond, il y a des Gabonais qui sont en train de défiler avec le drapeau en chantant l'hymne national. Voilà, l'armée est là, l'armée a pris les choses en main. Juste après la proclamation des élections qui donnait vainqueur au président sortant, Ali Bongo Ondimba, l'armée a pris ses responsabilités pour mettre un terme à tout le processus électoral et certainement organiser la transition pour remettre le pouvoir au peuple. Voilà. Donc, comme vous le remarquez, comme vous pouvez le constater, la circulation, elle est libre. Les magasins sont en train de s'ouvrir, donc l'activité économique a repris. Et alors que je parle, l'Internet qui était coupé depuis samedi est actuellement rétabli. Donc, l'activité économique est en train de reprendre. et tout rentre dans l'ordre. Donc il n'y a pas de crainte à ce qui semble, il n'y a pas de peur à voir. Chacun est appelé à vaquer, je voudrais dire, à ses occupations. Voilà. Tout est clean, tout est libre. Tout est libre. C'est une espèce d'harmonie que nous sommes en train de vivre ici actuellement. Ce n'est que ceux qui ont peur qui ne sont pas encore sortis, mais sinon, tout a repris. Tout a repris. Le boulevard est envahi par la population et nous nous dirigeons vers de ce côté pour voir exactement ce qui se passe. Voilà. Voilà les citoyens qui sont en train de courir, en train de rejoindre cette marche improvisée aux allures du défilé de l'indépendance. On va dire que voilà, comme vous l'entendez, tout est annulé. C'était pour rigoler d'ailleurs. Voilà, les taxis circulent. Il n'y a pas à avoir peur, comme je disais, tout est libre. Les militaires sont très ouverts. Nous ne sommes pas dans un état de siège, même si l'armée est partout, mais tout est libre, ça circule. Vous voulez parler? Voilà. Un Gabonais qui est fier.
La reggae, on n'est pas chiqué de ça, c'est bon. Aujourd'hui, Dieu merci. Il n'y aurait pas de sang cette fois-ci. On va boire et manger. Vive l'armée, vive les frères d'armes. Vive les combattatifs. Le Gabon. Le Gabon qui gagne, on va boire la bière devant l'Assemblée. Vous savourez la victoire du peuple. Parce que le peuple est souverain. Et c'est ça le pays. Nous sommes ensemble. Tous les Gabonais ensemble, pas de grâce. Faisons et buvons et mangeons. Aucun magasin ne sera cassé ni pillé. Au contraire, on va ravagir le faire.
Nous avons marché depuis au 22 jusqu'ici. Ce sont nos confrères, nos grands frères qui nous ont dit rentrez d'abord à la maison, attendez qu'on vous fasse signal pour que tout le monde sorte. À tous ceux qui sont à l'extérieur, rentrez, notre pays est libre. Notre pays est libre. Vive la liberté du Gabon. Vive à tous ceux qui ont contribué à ce que le Gabon soit aujourd'hui, mort ou vif. Que Dieu soit loué, que Dieu bénisse le Gabon et l'Afrique. Amen.
Marchez les gars.
Devant les militaires.
L'homme David est venu. L'homme David est venu. On est là. L'homme David est venu. Voilà pourquoi on a dit, on ne va pas laisser. On a trop souffert, nos mamans, nos pensions de nos pères, nos grands-pères. Ça ne passe pas. C'est qu'est-ce qui ne va pas? Nous, on veut qu'ils restent. Merci encore. On veut travailler.
Nous remercions aussi les militaires. Nous remercions aussi les militaires qui ont réussi à nous éduquer. Nous remercions aussi aux hautes autorités qui ont fait en sorte que ce jour soit un jour d'honneur pour nous les Gabonais. Nous les disons merci de tout du profond de nos cœurs. Et nous serons prêts à les soutenir du début à la fin. À les soutenir du début à la fin. Peu importe ce qu'ils vont nous demander de faire, on sera derrière eux.
Je fais un grand remercie au chef d'état-major des armées pour tout ce qu'ils ont fait, parce que c'est vraiment un grand geste. Ils ont prouvé aux Gabonais qui sont avec nous. Et je remercie vraiment pour l'armée gabonaise. Et merci encore. Les Gabonais qui n'avons pas d'emploi, qui reconnaissent que nous sommes derrière lui.
You are watching unfolding. The people of Gabon, they have had enough. They have had enough. They are saying no more. We're not accepting this anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to share. You're watching Citizen where the platform where we speak truth to power. The people of Gabon, they are saying they want the French out. They are had enough. See? And they are going. And what country is it going to be next? Anybody? Can you get a hazard guess? What country is likely to be next? What country is likely to be next? If we look at that map I showed you earlier on. If you look at that map I showed you earlier on, let us see that map again. Sorry about that. Let me just show you. I'm just showing you something. If you look at that map, you see, there are things. Gabon, yeah? So, and we know that they want to go to the French and the German want to come to Togo. They want to go to Ghana. They want to go to Benin Republic and Ivory Coast. You know, I mean, what country next? Do you know? There's a country in the middle there. I don't know what that country is. What do you know? Anyway, what do you think? Anyway, I'm just asking. Your thoughts. Now, whilst that is going on, you see, look at people are jubilating on the streets. They are jubilating on the streets. They are jubilating. So let me just pause that for 1 second. Let me pause that for 1 second. Let me show you a latest jubilation in Gabon. Yeah. Let me show you the latest jubilation. Sorry, let me just do this for you. I want you to see this. We may have to make it smaller to make it fit into where we're going, because I don't want it to take the space and everything else. And you know, I want you to see the women on the streets of Gabon, absolutely overjoyed. They are overjoyed that they have been. So let's just hear it this way. Let's just do it this way. 31 seconds of it. Watch. The women of let me just make sure I drop that down a bit more. The women of Gabon jubilating as the military took over power for them. You know, people are being oppressed, and that is the reality of what you see on the screen. So when you see that, don't think it's just all talk. It isn't. It's the reality of what people are faced with. Just want to show you, a couple of clips coming in, and we want you to see it for what it is. That it is the people speaking up. It's not somebody talking for them. It's not somebody telling them to do. This is an organic. This is an organic process. This is an organic process. Listen now. So Gabon celebrations. The women on the street celebrating. Listen. See that? You see? See that? See that? See that? See? See? That's what you're seeing. They are celebrating that the military has taken over. So what country is likely to be next in Africa next? What country? And we need to wake up. See that? So those are the women celebrating. They are celebrating. They are celebrating. Let me hear it. Let me play it again. Let me play again. See that? They are overjoyed. They are celebrating. And rightly so. See that? So you can see that they're celebrating. They are very happy and they are in joyous mood. And that is very important to say. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Let's go back to the original discussion that we're showing you. So we are here. You are watching Citizen Where, the platform where we speak truth to power. We do bring this information to you as and when we get it. So let's carry on and listen to the other one there. So. Africa, it is time to rise. Yes. And we need to share the broadcast. So we're sharing this. We'd like you to help us grow the platform. Citizen Wire, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us reach more people. We need your support. Okay. Yes. Hello again, my brother. 1 minute. Hello. Welcome. Yes? Live, yes. 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 It is. It is. No, nothing. Yes. 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 Feeding fat.
To better their own citizens
yes.
in their country.
Yes.
I think Zaire should be taken over.
Oh.
The African country should rise up.
Indeed. Indeed.
In this dispensation that we are now.
Yes.
Now, Africa, this is our time.
This is our time. It's our time.
Because
it is.
We have what it takes to be the best continent in the world.
We are the richest. We are the richest.
All the natural minerals, resources.
Yes.
We don't need China. We don't need USA.
We don't need any of them. We don't need Russia.
We don't need any of these people.
No.
They are all, including Russia. That
yes.
Is coming now.
Yes.
They are all coming to Africa.
Yes.
To come and recolonize us again.
Exactly.
To come and steal our
resources. To steal our resources. And that's why I'm saying.
They need us more than we need them.
Yes, exactly.
They need Africa
more than we need them.
We don't need China. We don't need Russia. We don't need USA. We don't need European Union.
No.
Can't you see all the countries in Europe? They have 5 million population. Their country.
Yes.
They have 2 million. Their country.
Yes.
They have 1 million. Their country.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it in only Nigeria we are more than 200
million?
We are still together.
Exactly.
Don't you know that if Oduduwa country come today?
Yes.
Oduduwa will be the best country in the world.
Of course.
Imagine if Awolowo used cocoa money to develop Ibadan, the first city to get television and radio station in Africa. Hey.
In front of France, even before France.
If Oduduwa Oduduwa would have been a nation, imagine what Cocoa money would have done for Yoruba land. The first country, the first people to get television and radio station, his first story building was with Cocoa money.
Yes,
Imagine
indeed.
if Oduduwa was a nation with the kind of intelligent people in Yoruba land, with the kind of people that Yoruba have produced.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Yoruba nation would have been better than America that are here. We need to begin to rise and go back to the way we used
We have to.
Before the colonial master came.
Yes.
Before 1914.
Exactly.
Africa need to rise up. If a nation in Europe that have no resources, they have now 160,000, they are country of their own.
Exactly.
Everything is working normal.
Exactly.
You have people, 200 million in a nation called Nigeria. No roads, no water.
No. Water for which side?
No food. Imagine a man with 5 children. They are paying him 18,000 naira a month.
Yes, so.
Which is not even up to $50.
No, it's not.
The other day, Tinubu shared billions of naira to the senators. They are buying the new jeep. What of the jeep that Buhari have been buying for them?
Exactly.
Why the masses are dying of hunger? They are talking about palliative. Palliative for what? 200 million Nigerians. Is 12,000 naira enough for you every month?
No way.
About out of 200 million.
Nonsense.
About 80 million Nigerians to receive. What of the rest people?
My brother, let me shock you. Do you know that our naira? Do you know how much it is worth when you compare it to the dollar? Do you know how much it is?
I don't know, my brother. Tell me.
Okay, let me tell you. Our naira, your 1 naira, is only worth 0.0013 of the dollar. Not even 1 cent. It is 0.0013 of the dollar. Of a dollar. Of a cent. Sorry. It's not even 1. It's not even 1p. Not 1 cent. It's not 1 cent. So our naira is worthless. So every time we are selling our oil on the cheap because the value of our naira is less than 1 cent. They are taking our resources for free. My brother, are you following what I'm saying?
I'm following you, my brother.
They are taking our resources for free. Let me see if I wish I could show you on the screen now. There is something I was showing yesterday. If you can, I'll bring it up 1 second. I don't know are you watching on screen? Are you watching on screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me bring you something. I want to show you something. Because when I saw this myself, I felt sick in my stomach. When we are saying we are spending dollars in Nigeria, we are enslaving our own people. I saw this and I was so sad yesterday. Now, let me see if I can get this up 1 second though. Horrifying. I was sick to my stomach when it dawned on me what was really being done to us. When it dawned on me how they were doing this. So let me show you something quickly so you can see it on the screen, because I think sometimes in the discussions that we're having, we don't often discuss this. Now, you will see something come up on the screen. Hopefully it will come up soon. Now, good. Can you see this figure here? Can you see what I'm showing on the screen?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Right. Okay. Now I want you to look closely. What you see on the screen is the value of and it's happening to both the CFA and the Naira at the same time. The CFA is only for 1,000 CFA. You are only getting €1.51. For one, let me see if I can. 1 second. Let me just make that slightly bigger for you so you can see. I want you to get the whole picture of what I'm saying here, because when I looked at this myself, it really sickened me. So when we are waving dollars around and we're saying that we are dollar, we rich and everything else, we don't know that we are enslaving ourselves. We don't even know. And these guys have played us to such an extent that if we don't wake up, my brother, if we don't wake up, So now, I'm showing you, this is one side of it. So 1,000 West African CFA francs is only worth €1.51. Whereas one of the 1,000 naira is worth $1.29. Now, to further break it down, because I did a research to further break it down more, and we need our people to really, this is a message we need to carry to our communities. We've been enslaved, though. They don't sell us finish, oh. They don't sell us finish, oh. Yes.
We don't finish.
They don't sell us finish.
We are finished.
They
you know, every time the World Bank was made to make us perpetual slavery.
Yes, now.
Every time they come,
IMF.
They want to give you African people loan, but you must disvalue your...
Yeah, devalue your currency. Devalue your currency. Devalue your currency.
Today, African money is useless.
It is less than, look, let me show you. Now, look at this now. Look on the screen. You see the small naira sign you see there? That is exactly how much our naira is worth when you compare it to the dollar. It is less than, you see, 0.0013. It's not even up to 1 cent of the dollar. It is not even up to 1 cent in the dollar. So the dollar is 0.9987% of its own of one, and we are 0.0013 of what the naira should be worth today. The same thing with the CFA. The CFA is 0.0015 of an euro, not even up to 1p. Say the 1p they were saying in the UK here. So in both cases, they are taking our resources for free. They are taking, look, this is the most racist financial system in the entire world. So when I try and talk to people about this, I say, look, when you're saying you're spending dollars, you're rich, you don't know what you're saying. You don't fully understand that what this system, and you know that dollar is now legal tender in Nigeria by the back door. When you want to pay for your rent in Nigeria or pay for your school fee for your children, they want it in dollars. When you want to do anything, go to a hotel, they want it in dollars. Whatever you want is in dollars. So are we the 53rd state of the US or what? I don't understand. Because every time you spend dollar, you are depreciating the value of our naira. And like you said, the IMF will come and say, we will give you loan, but you have to devalue your naira. So I don't know if this makes sense. How do you see what you see on the screen, my brother? Does that make sense?
My brother, it doesn't make sense. So this is perpetual slavery.
It is.
This is perpetual economic slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Because now look at $1 to 1,000 naira.
Yes.
Just like what you talk now, my brother.
Yes.
Do you know that a lot of people were happy?
Of course.
Before dollar is going up in Nigeria.
Yes.
The more we in America, in Britain, and in France, we're going to get more money.
Nonsense.
I was laughing at that. I said,
nonsense.
Whatever affects naira will affect you.
Yes.
Everything will go up. My uncle called me that a land he wanted to buy 3 months ago was 4 million. He said when he went back, they say it's 9 million.
You see?
I said, okay. Well, you know the one that was dancing here that the dollar is going up in Nigeria, so go and pay 9 million now.
You see? You see now?
4 million to 9 million. You think that you in America is enjoying, is going to enjoy that dollar?
We're not. We're not.
Because what affect the eyes, we affect the nose.
Thank you.
Ear.
Thank you. Yes. 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 So
we are all in the slavery together.
Thank you.
You are in China, you are America. Because when you come back home to use that dollar, it is worthless.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Because by the time you change that dollar that you have to go and buy anything, do you know how much is a bag of cement? It's 5,400 naira.
You see
One
now.
bag of cement in the zoo.
For how much you call them? 65,000?
5,400 naira.
5,400 naira for a bag of cement.
One block is 400 naira. One block.
Yeah.
One block.
Yeah. You see?
I'm telling you. So if you are dancing that naira is going, dollar is going up, my brother, be ready to cry when you get to Nigeria with your dollars.
Thank you. Thank
because
you.
By the time you trade $1,000, take motor for Bochua like that to Ile.
Yes.
100, 500 naira.
Yes.
By the time you go to the gas station to buy petrol for 650 naira, your money is going.
It's going. Going.
So we must free ourselves from all this mental
Totally.
slavery, economic slavery,
Totally.
slavery.
Totally.
How can we do that? Is to begin to talk.
Yes. Yes.
We begin to talk.
Yes.
We know that our government will never change, our politicians will never change.
Mm.
What will change is the emancipation of every indigenous people in Africa.
That's it. That's it. That is it.
So that we can control our resources.
Yes.
Just like what Niger is doing. Do you know that America spent $1.13 billion through share to let pipe?
Yes.
From Imo State.
Yes.
To Europe. Do you know that?
I know. Yes. Yes.
Now, where they are taking that gas in Ohajiegbe, in Imo State.
Yes.
All the way to Niger, to Morocco, to Spain.
Yes.
The community have no roads, they have no water, they
You
have
see?
no plan for the future of that community.
No. No.
But they are throwing pipes all
see?
the way from Nigeria.
You see?
Cross almost 7 countries.
Yes.
To go to Europe. By the time they finally get to Europe, America will be taking it for free.
Exactly.
France will be taking it
for free.
All the European Union, will be, including Russia and all of them, will be taking it for free.
Yes.
Why Africans
are suffering.
Of hunger and
Thank
poverty.
you. Thank you.
Is it not time we get sense?
It's time. Oh. It's time.
Free ourselves
completely.
From slavery. Because they have slaved us through
our
leaders.
Yes, so. Yes, so.
Our leaders are the tools that they are using. How can a country like Cameroon be ruled by a man for 40
years?
If you go to Cameroon, my brother, there is no light, there is no road.
You see?
There is nothing.
And the Cameroonians are being controlled by the French.
40 years.
Yes.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Big shame. Big
it's
shame.
A shame. I think what I will advise the Congolese army, they should put a TV in front of that stupid Bongo or whatever his name.
Yes.
He's telling people to shout.
Yes.
They
He said, yeah.
So that he can be seen.
He can see the people. Yes.
So that he can shut up his smelly mouth.
Yes. He said people should shout. Yeah, put that for in front. Make it they see what people they do.
So that he can be seen.
Then they jubilate.
How they are dancing and going around the street.
Yes.
Tell him that they have hated his regime and hate him. They don't want him anymore.
Like they don't want me to come back.
Because he's saying, shout for me. Oh,
yes.
Mr. Bongo, you have no friend. All your friends, they have run away.
They don't run. They don't run.
Whatever his name, Macaroni, he's not coming to help you.
No,
Africa have stood to talk over their lost glory.
Yes, so. Yes, so.
I am praying for them to go to Sahel. This moving train must touch every land in Africa.
Yes, so.
The train has left the train station.
Yeah, it don't come out. It don't.
It's going to stop in every stop in Africa.
Every stop. Every stop.
Our Nigeria.
Yes, so.
Including Togo.
Yes.
Including Benin.
Yes.
Everywhere, this train of freedom and liberation must stop in every country.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Until we are all totally
liberated.
From the shackles of slavery, from the shackles of decolonization, from the shackles of the white supremacists.
Yes.
We must be free.
We must.
In our land.
We must be free.
African belong to black. African belong to us. We are African. And we must liberate ourselves.
We must, oh.
We must liberate ourselves.
You don't
Every
do.
black man in this world must be free to come back home to
yes.
their ancestral land.
Yes.
And by doing that, there must be a new
yes, so.
sign, a new sign of freedom.
Yes, so.
In Africa.
You don't do.
Africa is indeed.
Yes, so.
The continent. Where creation started from, and where creation will be forever.
Yes, sir.
And we must always be proud of who we are.
Absolutely.
As an African, we are African. We must make Africa proud.
Yes.
Every youth must rise up and join the liberation train. Because only in Nigeria they will tell you the youth are the leader of tomorrow. Why Tinubu and Kwakwaso and all the old politicians, they are, on the other hand, they are the new youth.
Yes, sir. Then the chop.
Why I am a youth in Nigeria growing up till now, my hair is gray.
Yes.
I've never seen the youth loot.
You see? You see?
The same old people that has been ruling, they are recycling themselves back and forth, come back, come back. They are the youth now. Why the youth are the old ones that are sitting jobless ones?
Yes.
Why the old ones are not the new youth?
Tinubu
is a youth.
Yes.
Obi is a youth. Papa is a youth. All of them.
They're the youth.
Including Atiku. They are all youth.
They're all youth. They've all been youth.
That's why they keep ruling Nigeria. All the senators that have been there.
Hey.
For 20 years in the house, they're all youth.
Hey, pa.
We are the old one.
Yes, so.
That is why they are ruling us, because they are the youth. They are the leader of tomorrow. They started before I was born, and they are still ruling. They are youth. What a shame.
I don't laugh.
My brother, continue your program. May God bless you.
You too, my brother. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate it. Talk later. So, my people, you see, we just want to make you see Africans are rising. Please study the figures on the screen. You see that end there? That is the real value of your naira. Not the one, the small one. If you look at the dollar is standing tall. But that is how big the dollar is. The dollar it's holding 9.9987 of its own value in 1 cent. But us now, 0.0013, we are losing out, my people. This is so sad. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. And I showed you. Again, let me show you again. I'm expressing what you see behind here in a way that you can make sense of it. Look at that. I want you to look at that one here. You see? Let me just drop that down a bit, a touch. It's time to really wake up. You need to wake up badly. So, dollar, 1,000 naira is only worth $1.29. Your 1,000 naira. You know? And then your CFA, your 1,000 CFA is only worth €1.51. We are being they have put a racial system, a racist system into the financial system, keeping us oppressed. But our leaders are saying nothing. We should be rejecting this totally. No, it's nothing to do with us. That's what the figures come. That's what it come. No, nonsense. CFA and the Naira are in the same situation. Yet we think we are different. We are experiencing different things. We're experiencing the same things. And I hope people are understanding what you're seeing on the screen. Let me bring that up again. You need to really understand. You see, what you see here, I am representing it in what you see here. I'm bringing that back up. I need you to see. What you're seeing on the screen here represents the true value. That Naira is the value. That small n there is how much our Naira is worth in comparison to the dollar. It's not even up to 1 cent. It's not even up to 1 cent. That is how much our Naira is. And because our leaders are too busy kowtowing to this bunch of colonials, they're not looking at what's going on. Oh, we have to follow the policy. We need to ensure that the IMF, the World Bank, they are systems designed to impoverish Africans. Don't you get it? Don't you get it in this head of yours? You need to get it. You need to get it. That is why we must support Gabon. That is why we must support Niger. That is why we must support Burkina Faso. That is why we must support Mali. That's why we must support Guinea. Because they are speaking up for their people. please share this broadcast. Please subscribe, hit notification button, give us thumbs up. Thumbs up. You are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. You know, we have to wake up. I am so glad those countries I mentioned, the Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Guinea, and Gabon. The youths who are taking over power, they recognize what is being done to them, and they said enough of this. They are kicking out the French, and the colonials France can go to France and do whatever they want in France as long as they stop looting. They must stop looting African resources and getting it for them. They must stop trying to tell Africans what to do with our resources or who to trade with. And they keep taking the funds from those countries, and they come and start preaching to us about liberty. What liberty? You have enslaved Africa for over 40 years, and you're telling all this nonsense. Nonsense. People, please wake up. Please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit notification button. Give us thumbs up. Subscribe. Yeah. Please like. Yeah. Subscribe. I'm trying to give you what I'd like you to do. Subscribe. Hit notification button as well. So I'm going to put it all there. Notification button. And finally, give us the thumbs up. You know, give us the thumbs up. So, thumbs up. Thanks. So we're gonna just put that up there for those who may be joining. So we're gonna put it up there, and would like you to really help us make sure you know we keep continue to grow the platform. That's the best way you can help Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power on YouTube right now. So the information that we're giving you, you see, we are giving you precise information to make you understand. They make you think, oh, the French are doing it. Oh, how terrible the French are. But they are equally doing the same thing with the dollar against our naira. So when you think you are celebrating, I've got dollar, you're depressing, and they're making your naira worthless, and it means that your goods, they will buy it on the cheap, and you will have to spend more of your money to buy the same finished product that they used in making the product they bought from you. We need to wake up, Africans. Let us carry on and listen to. Let's go and look at what is happening in Gabon as we speak. Let's go ahead. So let's go ahead. Look at the celebrations. People are celebrating the fact that they are free in Gabon. I wonder what African country will be next. So I'm going to put a poll up on YouTube right now. What African country is next in line for a bloodless coup? Let us put it out there. Might as well start asking that question now. We're going to put it in the comment section, and we'll do it also on Twitter. So join us as we do that. So that's going to be the question that we will ask on YouTube, on the community section. And do go and help us fill that in. What are your thoughts? So now, what African country, yeah? What African country, yeah, is likely to face a bloodless coup, yeah, aka African intellectual realignment. So I'm going to put that there, African intellectual realignment. Intellectual. So I really want us to really understand what is going on here. Realignment. So that question is going to be on the which African country is likely to face a bloodless coup, aka alignment. So that's a question straight away, straight off the bat. There you go. So let me just put that there. Citizen AY. So leave your comment in the comment section. Tell us what country you think is likely to face that, because that is what we need to be asking that question. Select or copy. So post. So again, you will see that question come up on Twitter as well. I'm going to try and put it on Facebook. So we are watching. The people are in support of what is doing, what the military are doing. They support the military. They don't want to continue to be oppressed by the colonizers. They want to put a stop to it. So they support the military. Let's go and go for this figure here. So we're gonna put the question. We'll pose the same question on Twitter and let us see what happens. So let me put it up here. So what African country is likely to face a bloodless coup? What African country which is bloodless coup next? Bloodless coup. Africa intellectual environment. So I put comma. We get it changed. We'll put it up in a minute. So next. Yeah. So we do that. And I'm glad that the military allowed Ali Bongo to say what he wanted to say. So they didn't stop him. I'm glad they allowed him to speak. And that shows the world that they were not treating him bad in any way. They let him speak. But the voice of the people is now, we the people want our we want our land back. We've been oppressed long enough, So let me put this up here. Pin to my profile, pin. I want you to read it and tell me what you think, I want you to read it and tell me what you think and leave your comments, So I'm going to leave it I'll put a comment on here as well. See if I can put a comment in opinion section. Let me see if I can find it for you on Facebook. So we've done that on Twitter. We've done it on YouTube. Go and complete those questions. What country is likely to face, next likely to face bloodless coup? These are things we should be asking. Let me see if I can get that up and running again. Excuse me a minute. I'm just trying to get this right. I hope it will let me do it. You're welcome to give us stars as well to help us, in the work we're doing to raise awareness on a whole range of issues, as you all know. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can find this thing, if it will let me do it. There must be a way I can put it up, but I don't know if I can. Here we go. So in fact, I'm going to ask I'll ask a slightly different question. Give me a minute. You see it come up in a minute. It will look slightly different, but I want you to just hear it from that point of view. So let's put it here. Paste. No, not that one. Okay. It's a C now. I'm trying to work it out. So what African country? So let's just ask, yeah? So 1 second. So okay. Okay. Is next in line for a bloodless coup. Yeah? Bloodless coup. Yeah, so what other country, African country? So answer on a postcard. Let us hear from you.
So I'll put Nigeria, Ivory Coast or Nigeria, yeah? Beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Ivory Coast or Nigeria. Let's just see what happens. I'm just asking a question. We don't know. Save. So that's the question. So answer the poll and let's see what people think. It's just a simple test. It's nothing to we're just trying to work out, get the mood of our people on this issue itself. Let me just go back there. So that is what's happening. You can see that there is tacit support for the military in Gabon. And the reason why we're showing is we don't want you to suddenly go and read the mainstream and then suddenly they will be showing a completely different narrative, all designed to ensure to give the appearance that the intellectual African intellectual realignment does not have the support of the people. And we need to make sure that we guard against that being what they're using to create this division. So I just wanted to state that categorically. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Please don't forget to subscribe to Citizen AY, hit notification button, give us a thumbs up. Like we said, we support them, and the fact that the colonials are trying everything they can to try and cause division and be able to step in and continue to oppress and many are not allowing for that to happen. There's people waking up against it. It's a very good move. So I want to thank each and every one of you that have been watching us now. I think it's been over easily 3 hours now that I've been watching this. Let me just quickly check something. How long have we been watching on this? How long have we been on the show, on the program? Because it suddenly dawned on me. I haven't really had much of my diseases tonight. I just wanted to really get that information down and say, So how many hours? Let me see. How many hours have we been here now? 3 hours and 40 minutes. We've been on here for approximately 3 hours and 40 minutes. I think we will squeeze in another 20 minutes in which we can just wrap up on things and start preparing to wind down on this particular broadcast. We've been here for 3 hours and 41 minutes. That's okay. We know Facebook have been trying to make things difficult. Those of you on YouTube, we are of course grateful for your support. But as you all know, the latest information we have is that Laurent Gbagbo has made an appearance and nobody stopped him and he's been allowed to speak. He's saying for the people to come out to shout. I don't know where my family is. I don't know where my wife is. All those things. Nobody's stopping him. But the people, the Gabonese military are doing this with the full support of the people. The women are on the streets supporting this African intellectual realignment. African intellectual realignment to awaken us. So we support that wholeheartedly. Let me just check something. If you haven't subscribed to Citizen AY on YouTube, please, we urge you to go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. God punished them. It's not funny at all. Exactly. Pastor Mo, it is not at all funny. So, yeah, it is really important. It is really, really important that the African countries continue to support and listen to the people, because the leadership has ignored the people at this point. There is a clear intention to ensure that the voice of the people is central, front and center in our discussions on the African continent. That is extremely important. So, but like I said, we've been here for now, I just looked at the time, 3 hours and 42 minutes on the 30th of August, Wednesday, 30th of August, 2023. Of course, on this day, a few hours back, we had the news that Gabon had carried out a bloodless coup. The question we are asking those of you watching, if you want to call in on plus 44700 365 602 plus 44700 365 602 to call in and make one or two statements in regarding how you see the bloodless coup, and it's something to be celebrated. And the military in those countries are clever because they are giving information by making sure that this man Ali Bongo is not portrayed as a hero. They've showed him as what he really is, losing the money and demanding that they return something and all of that. But you are not accountable, So what we are asking is for the people of Africa to work together to collectively decide that we have one currency. There are ways we can do that, but that is the next step for us, and we cannot allow this injustice to continue. Don't forget, as you're watching, you are, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. If this resonates with you, please subscribe, hit notification button, give us thumbs up. We're really grateful. Look at the people on the streets. Just keep looking at the people on the streets. When it comes to the reports from the mainstream media, I'm afraid you will not see this many people on the streets. They will put something in to make it different, to just, all of that is designed to paint a narrative that many of us, frankly, no longer believe in. It's time we woke up. I believe in my orishas of my ancestors. Every house has an orisha, whether you like it or not. If you're a Yoruba man, you have an orisha, and that is part of who we are. But anyway, be that as it may, what we're trying to do is to support all of us. What country is likely to be next? Leave a comment. What country is likely to be the next country that falls under a bloodless coup to ensure that the colonials are unable to loot African resources? These are things we should be asking ourselves. I hope many of us will get engaged in that poll. It is on Oduduwa TV Radio, Facebook, and on Citizen AY on Facebook. So I just wanted us to really touch on that. Let's see for a few minutes what they're saying in the picture here, and then I'll be quiet for a time. Let's just see. But you know what? Let me just quickly get this president, this picture of the president out. It's important to do that because I do think that it gives us a bit more, shall we say, clarity. What is it I'm trying to do now? 1 second. Let's get just some water. So yes, I got it now. So we're gonna go stream, and I'll just take something whilst we're waiting for that because it's very important. I want to show you Lawrence Gbagbo, what it looks like in close up, to see that this is the man that has been illegally looting their resources, and then telling them to pray and everything else. And we need to really wake up. We have to wake up. That's the object of today's broadcast. Beg your pardon. Is it there? Yeah, I think I got it. I think so. Let me try this one. Excuse me. So, that's Lawrence Gbagbo right there. The man you see in that picture is Lawrence Gbagbo that has been arrested by the military. That's Lawrence Gbagbo. And he's trying to talk about, my family and everything else. But there you have him on the screen. And that's the reason why there's a lot of noise. So now, look at this enormous support for the military, and that is something to really behold. It is something to really say, yes, okay, we acknowledge this, and it should drive narrative in many respects, and how this is portrayed. In many respects, that has to be the case. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. So. Okay, so let's have a look at what's going on. The military are being supported all the way by the people of Gabon. And that is something we need to really acknowledge at all times. Support that at all times. You know, this is fantastic. They do it for the coming generation. These guys are heroes in my eyes. They are the real heroes. So like I said, we've been there for a time, and we're grateful for your support. Don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Subscribe, hit notification button, give us thumbs up. Please, there's 11 of us watching now on Facebook. Help us grow the platform. Subscribe, hit notification button, give us thumbs up, so that we can begin to work with with as many people and get the missing information out there. What is going on now is a positive thing that we must share as Africans. It's our duty, because we need Africa united. That's the only way we will get true independence, and that's the reality that we're trying to really encourage. Those who are saying you did this X, Y, and Z and all that, so we just want us to really make sure that we continue to speak our truth to power and hold those we elect to office to account. God punished them. It is not funny at all. Yeah, So we are just putting that out there, and we ask you all to fill it in the polls as much as possible, as we've just done it, just to get an idea, and then we'll make, we will read it out. Maybe not now, but at the next broadcast in due course. Let me just check something here. Sorry about this. Ooh. One second. Give me 1 sec. I think I need to put something. I wasn't going to do that, but I need to do it. So I'll put this on in the meantime. Let's just check. Okay. Okay, so we are watching and unfolding how people are very happy with the Niger and with the Gabon military. So what country is likely to fall next? Hazard a guess? Could it be Ivory Coast or Nigeria? At this point, we don't know. One thing we do know is that they are all the French speaking, but at some point the Rubicon will be crossed when English-speaking country will follow the same faith. I have no doubt that will happen. The whole of Africa is not free. We have been surreptitiously enslaved using, language that has double speak, compelling us to use currencies that have impoverished our own people. Anti-personnel against ourselves, like late Ama Ata Aidu says. These are things that are going on. So we need our people to be alert, aware, and actually be ready, just like they've done in Gabon, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and Guinea, to participate in the process to free us from bondage. Collectively, whether we're at home or abroad, it is obvious now that we are in bondage, and that's the reality. We need to confront that reality, address it, and begin to hold those we elect to office to account. Let me see what's going on here. Just checking a few things. So, okay. So, it's very important that we as people begin to, really understand that the time is now for Africa to rise, and we must support, the rise of Africa to reclaim its true, self and its glory and the greatness, and we need to do that collectively. that is the best way to do this. So I'm just trying to check a few things. So please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us reach more people. Give us a thumbs up, hit notification button, and of course give us likes. We welcome if you also want to do super chats or give us or join as a member of Citizen AY on YouTube. We also welcome that as well, because there's a lot of work we need to do. There's still a lot of work to do in terms of encouraging people to know their rights and be able to exercise those rights in Nigeria as we speak. The ultimate goal, of course, remains that we have a Yoruba nation. Yoruba nation, parts of Yoruba nation as we know it, the Oyo Empire, is in Benin, is in Togo, is in all these places that have been removed by the colonials, and all of those should be reconnected and reestablished, within Africa by Africans. Whatever we choose to do as Africans is up to us, and nobody in Africa interferes in what the Europeans do. But they are sending people in to come and interfere in what we're doing, and that is unacceptable, and that is the way to keep us never allow us to be in control of our own destiny, and never let them to rule over you guys, and never allow us to have control of our destiny. Those are the kind of words that they use under the Ahmadu Bello. I'm almost certain Ahmadu Bello didn't write it. This was something well crafted that has a wider meaning than people realize. But anyway, let us put that to one side. What I'm trying to get us to do is to focus on ensuring that we have the power to make the change, but we need to. The only way we achieve that is through our collective effort. See what's going on the screen. That tells a lot of story, and we need to continue to awaken our people. Let me just see. So we're just trying to check the polls that I put out there. I hope it works. Sorry about that. Okay, so we continue to wait and watch and monitor. What we'll probably do, we'll probably have a break. We will probably have a break in the next few minutes. Just have a bit of a break. I'm going to go swimming later on. I may come back and talk about other topics as well. But this is front and center for us Africans. So what country in Africa is likely to face another bloodless coup? That is a question. Answers on a postcard, please. What other African country currently covertly colonized by the French or the English-speaking sides, what other African country is likely to face a bloodless coup? That is something we should be asking ourselves, and I think we're entitled to ask the question, to make us understand that this is a groundswell of something that has been long in coming, and now that it's here, Africans are ready to ensure that they are in control of African resources, and we as Africans benefit first and foremost from the resources in our land, and put a stop to the death of Africans in the Mediterranean Sea, because by building infrastructures and using those funds to cater for people, it removes the need for people to want to flee to so-called greener pastures, So, and this is all part of the design of the colonial structure to ensure that any funds made, if they cannot access it directly, they use other things to ensure you waste those funds. These are all part of the strategy that they're using to keep us pinned down. They're all the isms that we're studying, racism, and all of the ramifications and what that represents and everything else. They are all structures. Financial structures, economic structures, educational structures, religious structures. They are all structures, all designed to ensure that Africa is pinned down. But it's up to you and me to free ourselves collectively. We need our people to join hands and really continue to work closely and monitor what's going on in Gabon. Gabon have operated the military, and Gabon, the military have operated the colonial puppet. The puppet Ali Bongo. The Gabon military have removed the colonial puppet Ali Bongo. His family have ruled in Gabon for over 51 years, and they said enough is enough. We want a new governance where people are participating in their governance, and their governance in Africa looks out for the interest of the people, not for the interest of the colonials. And that is what's been happening. ECOWAS is looking out for the interest of the colonials. Like they heard the man say, what they're doing is they've dug gas from somewhere in Anambra State all the way to Algeria to be able to pump fuel from purchasing fuel, and these are things that we need to really be looking at. 1 second, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, your course watches is now at the platform where we speak truth to power. We're fast approaching. This is gone just 3:59, 3 hours and 59 minutes. We got about exactly 50 seconds left before we hit 4 hours exactly. If you are joining us for the first time, thank you and welcome. You are, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. The breaking news is that Gabon, the military in Gabon, have overthrown the puppet Ali Bongo, the puppet of the colonials, has been removed from power by popular support from the people of Gabon. By popular support. Now let us hear what is going on here. Coup d'etat. We are hearing somebody. The French are going to say something. So they're surveying the constitution. They're trying to survey the situation. But we support the coup, the African intellectual realignment Africans who have carried that out, and they are justified in doing so because Ali Bongo has been a puppet of France for over 50 years. The same French who are talking about, oh, you're not doing democracy, are looting from Africa, and that is why they are concerned. Obviously, they are concerned. They're thinking, well, these are 5 countries now, all 5, well, so far, of the 14 African countries under the control of the French. Now, 5 countries have all carried out bloodless coups. The countries are Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and now Gabon. So these are, I think, of Gabon, of the Central Republic, if I'm correct. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand that the times we're in now, and it's just gone past 4 minutes and 4 hours and 1 minute. So please do share the broadcast. Help us reach more people. I'm sorry if I did not do what we normally do. This was a unique set of circumstances, and I'm sure it is understandable that I did not play my usual stuff. I'm not so sure if it relates in a way I suppose. I think it does, but I'm actually going to do this. So we're going to leave it there for a minute. As we are beginning to wind down, you are hearing the song that I wrote. It's called How Long? How Long When I Go to Suffer? You can download it on Spotify and iTunes. When I come back in the next few shows, I will be playing the song in its entirety. And of course, you can go and download it on Spotify and iTunes. It's called How Long When I Go to Suffer? And it's a song that's very, very relevant to what we're going through right now. I'd urge you to go and download it. Again, it's on iTunes and on Spotify. Go ahead and download it. Help us reach more people. Share this broadcast, and you can see there's a lot of people who are supporting the Gabonese army who have overthrown Ali Bongo, the puppet for the French colonials. He's been moved away. He's been removed from the seat of power, and many people are like, "Oh, what?" and all of that stuff. You've seen the picture of him. He's currently in the presidential palace. But obviously those close to him have been moved away, and it is a bloodless coup. It is a bloodless coup. See women on the streets. And that tells you when women are on the street supporting the military, it means that there is overwhelming support for the actions of the military. Look at them. You see they're out there. You see that the lady there, very happy. See, they are so happy. They are out walking and they are really supporting the military with their vocally, physically, with everything they've got. So this is really important for us. Very, very much important that we support and share. Share this broadcast. You are, of course, watching Citizen Air, the platform where we speak truth to power. Welcome on board, Namal Doris and Ayman Dagal. Welcome on board. And the others as well who have been watching for this past few hours. The breaking news is that the Gabon military have overthrown Ali Bongo, a puppet for the colonials, has been unseated from the seat of power by the Gabonese military, who the people overwhelmingly support. We will try and get more details in terms of the names of the coup leaders who are now effectively the leaders of Gabon. We need to get their names, and I'm going to try and give that to you. I'll try and find a picture. Look at this. There's a bottle of drink there. They are celebrating the overthrowing. That bottle there is a sign that they are celebrating the overthrowing of the Gabonese former president. You see, they are holding a bottle. That is in celebration. Don't misunderstand it. They are holding a bottle. See if I can get that up again. They're holding a bottle to celebrate, a bottle of beer of some kind, celebrating that, yes, they are free now. They are no longer going to be servants to the colonials in their own land. It is really important. It is transformational to watch this. What say you? Leave comments. Please don't forget, you are, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. How can you help grow the platform and support Citizen AY? Please go and download How Long Una Go Dey Suffer. It's only a couple of pence for those of you in diaspora. Download it, share it, listen to the words. The words are very, very relevant, particularly if you're a Yoruba person. So you see, yeah. So this is very important for us that we understand what is going on, and in the context of things. Going for Yoruba Nation, this is very, very relevant for me. I think we need to really continue to support this kind of move. Closer home in Nigeria, of course, in my case, I am saying this what is going on here. And Nigeria should really be aware. The suffering that the people are going through, the fact that we have no functioning refineries. I know the president has made some promises that they will fix the refineries, but I'm afraid to say the previous government of the same party made promises that they would fix the same refineries. They never fixed it. Now, we know that there is a lot of goodwill from the people towards the current president, from what I gather. What we are calling on them to do is, instead of spending 3 or 4 times the amount of importing processed oil, they should indeed instead fix the 4 refineries. We call something Operation Fix the 4 Oil Refineries, because the 4 refineries in Nigeria, it will only cost 6.8 billion naira to fix all the 4 oil refineries. And what is more, the local experts at home can fix the refineries and get it running. It will not take that long, and we can begin to enjoy the benefit of being oil producers, being that the price of the processed oil will be far lower, and it will help boost our economy. It will ensure that our people are able to feed themselves. They can be able to plan for their businesses, and so on and so forth. So we're calling on the president of Nigeria, President Tinubu. These are things that you need to be aware of. 5 countries now, yes, they are currently all under the colonial French rule, but it won't take long. Nigeria is in that vicinity as well. It's in that area. It's not going to take long. The suffering that the people of Nigeria, the common man is going through is really painful. The cost of fuel, somebody just said, a bag of cement, my brother that called in, is 5,400 per bag. And it is the most expensive. Why is it that we are the ones producing the cement and it is expensive for us in Nigeria, whereas if you go to other parts of Africa that they export to, it's cheaper? It doesn't make economic sense. These are the kind of things that may push the people to the edge. So you've seen 5 countries now: Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, now Gabon, all facing bloodless coups. Nobody's advocating it, but listen to the people. Listen to the chanting of the people. Listen to the chanting. That is a clue that this is something of a popular demand. They've got the popular support of the people behind them. Don't ignore that. And those who are in ECOWAS, who will be trying to make some meeting, and ECOWAS, we have to say that unfortunately as a body, we see you as a puppet of the European Union. That is what we see you as. You are merely a puppet of the European Union. So let us continue to raise the level of awareness, of course. We are grateful for the time that you spend with us all this while in raising the level of awareness and making people aware of the things that are happening. Let me read some comments to you in terms of comments made on YouTube. So somebody said here, may God punish them. It's not funny at all, he said. And then somebody said, one France-backed family, a family-run Bongo regime for more than 55 years. Haba. Exactly. So that tells you. So the French backed their puppets to exploit the resources of the people of Gabon. Let us go to make this point very clear. Let us go and look at the minerals that you can see in Gabon. Let us go and look at the minerals we can see. Mineral resources in Gabon. Yeah, let's go and look at that. Mineral resources in Gabon. So let us go ahead here and look at that. Mineral resources in Gabon. Mineral resources in Gabon. And that will tell you why the French are so keen to not let go. Mineral resources in Gabon. So once we understand, and we need to understand this in Gabon, yeah? All your talk about beliefs in Christianity and everything else, those who are oppressing and colonizing Africa, they don't care about that. They only want our resources. So we need to focus first and foremost on our resources. Okay. Minerals in Gabon includes manganese, diamond, gold, uranium. This uranium. So it's now a business. So are you hearing me? In Gabon, guess what? They got uranium. That is why France, and they got diamond. France, for 55 years, they've been looting all of this stuff. My people. Are you hearing me? In Gabon, there's diamond, there's uranium, there's manganese, there's gold. Diamond, gold, and uranium. They should be one of the richest countries in the world. Yet again, there is rich wealth for Africa. There's no reason why we should be poor. The only reason why we are poor is that the colonials have oppressed and suppressed us and never allowed us to benefit from our own resources in our own land. It is time to wake up. I'm just reading it. Mineral resources in Gabon. The mineral resources. I'm going to see if I can show you on screen as well. And I want to leave what you've seen on the screen going. I want you to see it. So people are waking up. How long are they going to suffer? The people are waking up, supporting the military. And look at the women. They're coming on the streets, they're talking. And of course, you see the president of Gabon. He's now under house arrest in the palace, in the presidential palace. And the military are in control. And that is the people power clearly supports the military in this action because they have been exploited. The people of Gabon are rich. Get this. The people of Gabon, they've got, yes, Michael Ogutoyibo, yes, support for France. Absolutely. So let me just see if I can get that here. Let me just see. Support for Gabon. So let me just read to you the mineral resources in Gabon. In Gabon, they have manganese, diamonds, gold, uranium, yet they are poor. And the people who are telling us they are giving us democracy, the French, they're not giving us democracy. It's a lie. They are giving you a book or a fictional system whilst they are looting your resources. And that is why they are justified in breaking away, in saying no more and pushing the French out. Enough is enough. We must all support them. We need to see more African countries taking this line, African intellectual realignment. African intellectual realignment. Say it with me. African intellectual realignment. African intellectual realignment. This is something we need to encourage our people to begin to familiarize and say confidently, because that is what needed. That is what is very much needed. What has been going on here is been sheer injustice. So we urge you all, as you're watching, subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us reach more people. Help us grow the platform. Help us ensure that the message that we're carrying here is a message of hope. The five countries that have broken free, that are broken free from the colonial grip of exploiting, that has been exploiting their resources. The 5 countries, and I named them: Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, now Gabon. They've broken free. They are a beacon of light, a beacon of hope of the steps that we in the entire African continent must take to free ourselves from the bondage from which we have been placed by the colonials. That is the reality of the place we are in right now. And we congratulate and commend the military for carrying out bloodless coup. Many of the coups, many of you will recall how they killed, how the French, the Belgians, and the US conspired to kill Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. They killed him because they wanted to continue to take the resources from Congo. And because he was speaking up for his people, they killed him and they put in Mobutu Sese Seko. Today, the palace they built for Mobutu Sese Seko in Congo is in ruins. It's a testament to the deplorable action of Mobutu Sese Seko, a visionless man, puppet of the colonials. His palace in Congo is in ruins. There are videos of it. And that is a symbol of what the colonials have been doing to Africa. And then what we're saying now, we are now at the situation, we're at the cusp of something big in Africa here, where as Africans, both the French speaking and the English speaking, and by the way, those languages, they represent colonials, and we need to make sure that on the African continent we are going to be speaking African languages, and those who want to buy or trade with Africans will have to learn our language. It is that simple. From here, this is what we need to begin to do collectively as Africans. There is a lot of work for us all to do. So these 5 countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Niger, Gabon, they are a beacon of hope, shining a light, a path through which all the African countries can follow to free themselves. And we need to do this collectively together. Collectively. The key word we are talking about here is, of course, collectively. As we speak today, we know that the French are organizing forces with the Germans to come into Ghana, to use Ghana as a base, to use Ghana, to use Ivory Coast, to use and of course Ivory Coast has got a leader that's been there for over 50 years again. That one, the people of Ivory Coast, we are waiting on you to actually. There's a way that you're being showed. So Ghana, Ivory Coast, Benin Republic, and of course Ghana, Ivory Coast, Benin Republic, and Togo. So again, Togo is another one again. These are things that we really need to begin to look at. So those countries that I mentioned, and Ghana should not be welcoming colonials in, because what affects one African affects all Africans. All for one and one for all. All for one and one for all. I'm going to say again, all for one and one for all. It is really important we understand that principle. And we are calling on the Ghanaians, we're calling on the Ivorians, we're calling on the Togolese, we are calling on the Benin Republic people that please, actually they are Dahomey. but they try to twist that to make us forget everything else in terms of lose our bearings on our own continent. It's not worked clearly. Africans are very much in the ascendancy here and claiming what is theirs on their continent and beginning to kick out this group of marauders who call themselves colonials. They are nothing but looters, looting African resources and impoverishing Africa. And like I told you, the financial systems that they call International Monetary Fund or World Bank and the currencies, they are nothing but currencies used to loot and to oppress, and they contain blatantly racist policies designed to enslave Africans on our own soil. The fact is, we own those resources, and to reduce the value of our currency to such an extent that it becomes worthless. That is cruel. That is cruel. That is racist. That is bigoted. All the names. I don't hold any of those names back. I say it categorically because that is what it is. We must call it what it is as Africans. It is time we call it what it is. And we're saying it loud and clear. Every African country must wake up right now. And the citizens must follow the footsteps of what is happening in Niger, what is happening in Mali, what is happening in Burkina Faso, what is happening in Guinea, and now what is happening in Gabon. Look at that. Look at the huge celebrations of the people. These are the images the Western world will not want to share. That is why it is up to us, as we are part of the very people who are being enslaved in our own land. It is our responsibility to share this joyous news that we're seeing of African people rejoicing on African soil, finally taking back control of their own resources and their own land, and pushing away, kicking out the puppets installed in place by force, by military force of the colonials. This is something we need to do. We should, as Africans, begin to look towards our African media as our source for the information that we need to prepare for and indeed support the total, complete freeing of Africa from bondage. Bondage of religion. The religions of Islam and Christianity are religions to enslave our mind. Bondage of the financial currencies. The currencies they impose on on Africans has impoverished us. Our currencies have been reduced in value by these same bodies. So they're telling us to believe in an economic policy that is going to ruin us, and we are forced to keep into that, and we cannot continue in that way. So we need to break free from it. Really just from mental, psychologically damaging us. We need to, again, using religion and tribalism and many different things. It is time we spoke up as Africans. We must confront this. In the end, all what I'm telling you now, even in our education, we are even taught to even, to do the very wrong things. Keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. We've been made completely to go almost run crazy. Quite how we are quite standing as a group of people, despite all they've done, it's a sheer miracle, and we're still standing. And of course, like I said, like Maya Angelou said, the late Maya Angelou, she said, "Still we rise." Those are her words. I'll never forget. Maya Angelou said, "Still we rise. Still I rise, despite all of this." And that's what you're seeing. Africa is rising, and we must continue. We need to continue on this struggle, on this journey. I urge us all, please don't forget, as you're hearing this, subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us grow this platform. Look at the joy. See the joy of the people that as they are freed. I'm telling you again, you may not know this, but in Gabon, they have mineral resources. Anywhere we have mineral resources, you will find these colonials there. In Gabon, they've got uranium, they've got gold, they've got diamond, they've got manganese. These are the places that the colonials have gone in and oppressed us. And they are telling us that everything that's wrong with Africa is our fault. No, everything that's wrong with Africa are the colonials enforcing themselves on us, looting our resources, impoverishing us. That's why they must go. They must all go. from the African continent. They must all go from the African continent. And we need to work towards that collectively as Africans. This is oppression. This oppression has gone on for long enough. And we need to have a groundswell of this. This has got to go right across the whole of Africa. And we need to support the movement of the people. And the people supporting the military tells you that they have suffered long enough. The people now know better. Thank heavens. And they are waking up. We are all waking up with them. And please, we as Africans must begin to source our news from African sources. Because the news projected out of those colonial broadcasts is designed to ensure that we turn our backs on our own people. I'm sorry, that's the reality. Because they will not be showing you the joy of the people of Gabon right now, freeing themselves, supporting their military. They won't be showing you that. Let me go and look at what is going to be showing you on France 24 right now to give you a good example of what I mean. I don't want to just say this. I'm not going to just say this because they don't want you to know the facts. And that's why we have to be very aware of what kind of information that we are going to be allowing to be shared for us to absorb. We need to start working with our people on ground, even though we are thousands of miles away. Start connecting with them, telepathically, spiritually, emotionally, everything, because we are sending funds to them. Our mind and everything else is back there to try and help them because we know they're suffering. But now we even know more that they've been oppressed and deliberately impoverished by the system designed by these colonials. Now, let us go and do this now. France 24. I'll give you an example of what France 24 is going to be showing. They're not going to be showing the pictures of the people rejoicing. They won't. They're going to be showing you something else. Let's go and look at what France 24 is going to show you. I kid you not. France 24. Listen, watch this now. I'm going to show you. Let us see what this is. So now, France 24. Yeah? Let us go and look at, let's go and see what they're going to do now. So what they're doing now, 2 hours ago, they are showing now, we see now, Joseph Borrell, that racist, the racist is talking about, anyway, let me just, yeah. Anyway, I told you. Let me see if they're going to show you anything about that now in France 24. Let me show you. Let me see. I want to see what they're going to show you in English. France 24, English. I want to try and see in English to see what they're going to bring. France 24. Let me see. 1 hour ago. So sit down. They're showing the picture. Let me show you what they're going to bring here.
The Thatcher's side of.
Sorry about that. So let me go. So now let me go and see what they're going to show you.
Sont applaudis sur leur passage.
You see?
Des scènes de liesse dans la capitale gabonaise, quelques heures après le début d'un coup de force entrepris
par.
So
let us see. So they're not, now there we go. So they're showing them, but what I am saying to you is that the French. Let's just hear what they're going to say.
Du 26 août 2023, ainsi que les résultats.
So they are showing us this. Let us see 1 second, please. I'm going to do something. Just give me, bear with me. We're going to come back to that. We'll let that keep that running. I want to show you this, what the French are doing, so at least you know. Unfortunately, France 24 English. Let me see if they got that. France 24 English. Because I don't speak French. So I want to see what kind of a message they'll be sending. Just to see, 24 English. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, let's have a look at this now. Okay, 20 hours ago. So let's just see what they're doing here. Just want to go in. As you're watching, you're still seeing, of course, the support for the military, and they're going to try and spin it another way, and that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So let us see what they're going to say. Let us hear what they're going to say just for a few minutes. Just want to get an idea of what they're going to say. France 24, of course, because I want you to be aware that this is why we need to be aware. Now, what's this now? Let us see what they're going to show you. Let's hear. So this is France 24. I'm just showing you what they're going to show, but I don't want to necessarily have the book. I don't want the music. I don't want the music. I don't want to be doing that because that's not what I'm here for. I want to try and see what they're going to show you. Let's see what they're going to show you now. So they're talking about the weather, but let's just see. I just want us to get an idea of what is being said and why I'm saying it's important we actually source our news as Africans from African news channels, African platforms such as Citizen AY and others, because the news and the things that they're going to be giving us from the colonial news are news designed to ensure that there's division among Africans, and that is what we need to ensure that doesn't happen. We need the exact opposite. We need unity, and to foster that unity, we need to source our news outlets from African sources that we know are going to give us clear, great news about Africa in a way that is unbiased. Now let's have a look at this now. Let's listen to what this one is saying now. Let's hear. Let's hear what they're going to say.
History. I Have a Dream was a defining.
So hang on, that's another thing. I don't want to hear that one. Let's just hear what they're going to say about Gabon. You know what? We will continue to listen to that one. When I feel they start saying something that's more that is coming to it, I'll bring it on. So we just wait. Just wait. That's all we're going to do. Just wait. So let's just wait. We just wait. As stated, you can see they're not going to be showing the military having overwhelming support. They're not going to be showing you that like this. And we need to. That's what we need. This information. And I know you may think we've had it before, but we need to ensure that it actually saturates, all Africans. It reaches all Africans. It's of immense importance. I was supposed to have finished some time ago, but by time, to be honest, what is going on now is something that's really important, and it's something that we cannot ignore. And I wanted to really touch on it in a much more, what do you call it? In a clearer manner, so that we can connect and pass the message on. Look at the message. Just see how people are happy. The people of Gabon are happy. They are behind their military. It's not a question. And the French or anybody else have no business trying to separate their people from their army who has liberated them. They have no business. No. They have zero business. So that's what I wanted to just reiterate. So Africa, it is time. No more colonialism in Africa. Exactly.
Any moment of the civil rights.
So let me just see what is writing down. I'm going to let that play for a minute. I don't want them to, I want you to come to the place when they start talking about this Gabon, that you will see exactly. I want it to play out in front of you so that you can see exactly what I'm saying, that the narrative that they were going to be spinning is going to be in such a way to make sure that there is division among Africans, and we shouldn't allow for that to happen. We shouldn't allow for that to happen. We need to speak about it in a way that makes very much makes sense, that it's clear, to prevent this sort of what do you call it? This nonsense, to prevent it from being this injustice going on. So let us see what they're saying here. I want to see if they're going to come up with that information on Gabon in France 24 in English. The French one I understand, but let us see what they're going to say. And we have to make sure that we are very, very clear as ourselves, as Africans, that we are on our own. As Africans, please, I want you to know that we are on our own. We are all we got. We cannot rely on the very colonials that have oppressed us for so long to suddenly say, you know what, I'm going to take my feet off your neck. They will want to keep it there for as long as possible. We have to physically take it off. We have to push back against this injustice. So please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Let's have a look at what they're going to show us now. That's another thing. They're not talking about that. We will come back to it. So let us continue to share this podcast. You are, of course, watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. If I don't see that, I'm probably going to have a wrap it up now. Begin to wind this down now. and we will come back later on. But let's just see for a minute. I want to see what they're doing, and let's just see what they're doing. Okay. Let us hear what they're saying now. I think they're going to say something now. I think I see it. Let us see how they're going to portray it. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Country's presidential election.
There we go.
International monitors say that election was neither free nor fair. Okay. Now, the Bongo family has held power in Gabon for more than 50 years, and amid reports that their rule may be over, crowds took to the streets of Libreville to celebrate earlier today. Now, a few hours later this afternoon, President Ali Bongo himself released a video message saying he's been separated from his family and calls on his supporters to make noise.
Make noise.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon. And I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise.
Make noise.
To make noise. For the people here have arrested me. And my family, my son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make the noise, to make noise.
To make noise, really.
Noise, really.
Really. Make noise.
Really quite an extraordinary statement there from
So
Ali
let's hear.
Bongo,
We're just going to hear what the French are covering
in English,
it.
saying he's at his residence but has been separated from his family. Much clearly then still unknown this hour, including who now is in charge in Gabon. With a look at the latest images coming out of the country, here's Delano de Souza.
Now listen to the spin now. Watch this. Watch how this is going to be spun.
Hundreds pour out on the streets of Gabon's capital, singing songs in celebration. Residents here in Libreville reacting to news the army has seized control. Earlier, soldiers announced election results from this past weekend's vote were null and void.
We have decided to defend peace by putting an end to the current regime. To this end, the general elections of the 26th of August, 2023, and the truncated results are canceled. The borders are closed until further notice. All the institutions of the Republic are dissolved.
Soldiers celebrated as coup leaders announced the country's president, who had just secured a third term in office, had been placed under house arrest. Soldiers, meanwhile, read out a list of names, including the president's son, who had been arrested, and detailed their crimes.
High treason against national institutions.
Yes.
The mass siphoning of public funds.
Yes. Siphoning.
Organized financial
I hope other African countries are listening. Siphoning of African funds.
Forgery and the use of forged documents.
Use of forged documents. See?
The Bongo family has been in control of Gabon for over half a century, with Ali Bongo in charge for the past 14 years. Saturday's election lacked international observers and saw internet services suspended, raising concerns over the transparency of the vote. The internet appears to have been restored on Wednesday once soldiers announced they had taken control.
Well, since that report was prepared, a Gabonese army officer has spoken to the French newspaper Le Monde and said military generals are this afternoon discussing who's to lead the country's transition in the days and weeks ahead. To discuss, Cyril Payan, our reporter, is with me. He was in Gabon earlier on this year. Cyril, welcome to the studio. So we believe that military leaders are meeting now to discuss what happens next. What do we know about that meeting? What do we know about who's in charge right now?
Well, not that much. It's the $1 million question. But what we know for sure, as you said, it has been stated by the we could say the strongman, the new strongman of the country in the making, General Oligui Nguema, who gave an interview, very short interview to the French press, saying that there is indeed now this process of the coup. So what is for sure is that we have a destitution of Ali Bongo just 1 hour after he was designated the next president of Gabon after the elections. It was at dawn this morning. We have seen the president expressing himself in this very strange, weird video where we can see lots of confusion in his state, and so we are changing. I think this is the hours where we are just watching the government changing. Whether it will be this General Oligui Nguema being the new strongman will be revealed, I think, in a few hours. This is what is going, this matter, which is apparently discussed now among the military coup leaders. But if it was him, because it looks like it's going to be him, he's a cousin of Ali Bongo, he's same blood, same family, he's a very influential military man. He was devoted to the secret service for many years, and he was indeed the very man who was taking care of the president, because he's the chief of the Garde Républicaine, as we said in English, the
Republican Guard,
Guard, of course. So it looks a bit like the scenario which happened 26 July in Niamey, with their own people in charge of the security of the president are just taking him and deposing him. So this is the process of a military coup. We could see also this.
This is intellectual realignment, not a coup. This is intellectual realignment, not a coup.
Of the military. What is for sure, this is the end of more than 5 decades rule by the Bongo family. So it's a new era, but there are still a lot of uncertainty and volatility ahead, of course.
Yeah, huge questions remain,
so
as
you say. This is by France 24
one, I suppose,
in
is
English.
the fate of Ali Bongo himself. In that video statement we played a short while ago, I thought it was quite interesting that he's speaking in English, not in French, given, of course, Gabon is a former French colony. That's the language that is predominantly spoken in the country. Why do you think he's speaking English?
It's maybe the sign of the time, the era, new era for Gabon. Maybe Ali Bongo is asking for help, not to everyone, I would say. That is why he's speaking English, as you noted. Anyone out of the French. So it's maybe the beginning of the iceberg of what's going on into the Gabon politics. But it's a very word statement. Why in English? Extremely strange. But we can see that now some arrests have been made by the own circle of Ali Bongo. So it looks like the military are going to really put an iron fist for changing this dynasty, changing the rules. And we can say also, why not changing the traditional alignment with the French, for instance, for decades, as you mentioned. So it's still confusion, but this is history. This is the end of a era we are living now in Gabon.
Right, the end of an era then.
Not only in Gabon, the whole of Africa. The whole of Africa.
Thank you
the
very
whole of
much
Africa.
For your
They try
analysis.
to just try and limit it. They're trying to play a
as
game.
We've been reporting the Bongo family has ruled Gabon for over 50 years.
55 years.
Bongo
55 years to
from
be
his
precise.
father, and Monty Francis has been taking a closer look for us at the family's history of power in the country. Have a look.
A true political dynasty. The Bongo family has been in power in Gabon for 55 years. Omar Bongo took office as president in 1967, a post he would hold for more than 4 decades. The country's second president since independence, as head of a single-party system, Omar Bongo consolidated power. He emphasized educating the nation's young, but poverty was widespread, despite Gabon being one of Africa's top producers of oil. While many Gabonese people struggled, Omar Bongo was accused of squandering the nation's wealth for his own benefit and that of his large family, including his 54 children. The Gabonese president was accused of receiving kickbacks worth tens of millions of euros from a French oil company.
Crazy.
And under growing public pressure and unrest, he introduced a multi-party system into Gabon's politics in the early 1990s. After Omar Bongo's death, his son Ali Bongo was elected president in 2009, a result that was violently contested in the streets. A year later, French prosecutors would accuse the Bongo family of fraudulently amassing a real estate empire in France and abroad worth at least 85 million euros.
And how much has France taken out of African resources? Remember, I was telling you, and let me go and do that right now. Mineral resources. I want you to see it for yourself, because I'm not going to let that story go like that. We need to challenge it. Here we go. Mineral resources. Yeah. This is, you see, they always tell one side of the story. Now they're trying to just put the blame on the family that they've put as a puppet. So for all you African puppets, you see how they are treating him? They're putting the blame for the failed economy and the kickbacks on him, when France is the one behind it. Mineral resources in Gabon. Yeah, let's just look at that. I want you to see that yourself. In Gabon, yeah, in Gabon. Yeah. All over Africa, they see mineral resources. They don't see people. They see mineral resources, and that is what they are interested in getting. They don't care about the people. They only want the resources. See, manganese. Sorry, move it up. Move it up. Sorry. One minute. Where is it? Sorry. So you can see, let me go back again. Gold and uranium, manganese, gold and uranium. These are mineral resources in Gabon. I'm showing you this so you know. So when you're hearing what they're saying on the news, they stole. France they take first refusal on the resources of all these countries. They are the biggest crooks going. In fact, EU. So just wanted to just put that there. 1 second, please. So let's go back to that story, and I'll let that play for a few minutes. So put that in context, and I'll come back and talk to you. Let's hear what they're saying there. So let's just hear what they're saying. 1 second, please.
Ali Bongo claimed victory in 2016, a disputed result again, with his rival Jean Ping claiming fraud, losing the election by just 6,000 votes. EU observers said there was a clear anomaly in the vote, and again there was violence in the streets. Several people were killed and hundreds were hurt. 2 years later, Ali Bongo suffered a stroke while visiting Saudi Arabia. Hospitalized in the kingdom for more than a month, he was later transferred to Morocco to recover, and rumors swirled about his health. He finally re-emerged, putting those rumors to rest.
Today, as you can see, I am better, and I am planning to see you again soon.
Following his stroke, Ali Bongo's bid for re-election in 2023 marked a return to the spotlight and a now unrealized hope to extend his family's political legacy well into the future.
Let's bring you some other news now on the programme, and to Ukraine, where a barrage of Russian strikes hit Kyiv in the early hours of this morning, killing 2 people and wounding 3 others. Ukrainian officials say a park and a school were among the sites hit, claiming they were the most powerful strikes on the Ukrainian capital since the spring. Catherine Clifford has more.
The most intense bombardment seen in months in Kyiv, as Russia launched drones and missile attacks over the city. Ukrainian officials said the majority were shot down, with the downed missiles falling on buildings, a park and a school. Several civilians were killed and injured by falling debris.
The blast broke all the windows. The entry doors are broken as well. We were terribly scared.
Pigs, that's what they are. It's not human what they're doing. There are no military objects here, nothing. Just an apartment block, a park.
Earlier in the night, the sky lit up with explosions on the Russian side of the border as drones hit Pskov airport close to Russia's border with NATO member Estonia. State news agencies reported several transport planes were damaged. Authorities described the biggest nighttime drone attack on Russian soil since the war began 18 months ago. Russian officials also said a vast operation of drone attacks had been destroyed or downed across Bryansk, Kaluga, Orlov, Ryazan and Moscow regions.
According to preliminary information, there are fortunately no casualties from the drone attacks. Nevertheless, Ukrainian drone attacks on civilian objects confirm the terrorist intentions of the Kyiv regime once again.
The Russian foreign minister also said the wave of attacks would not go unpunished.
Now, a Category 3 storm has made landfall in Florida. There are fears that it could cause serious damage and evacuations are underway. Here's Florida's Governor, Ron DeSantis.
As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby should that be necessary.
Now, an effort is being made to close the gender pay gap in English cricket. Female players for England's international side are now to be paid the same fees as men following record attendance figures for the Women's Ashes this summer. A report published 2 months ago highlighted the level of discrimination in the English game. The average salary for England women was 20% of what players in the men's team had been receiving. Well, that's a wrap for this news programme. Thank you for watching.
My guest today is Dr. Bernice A. King, CEO of the King Center, founded by your mother, Coretta Scott King, and dedicated to the work of your father, the global peace icon, Dr. Martin Luther King. Thank you so much for joining us on France 24. 60 years ago, August 28, 1963, your father gave what became one of the most iconic speeches in history, I Have a Dream. Why do you think that speech struck such a chord with people throughout history?
Well, I think it speaks to the hopes and aspirations of humanity, you know, whatever country you live in. There's been challenges in every country around social justice, around, you know, peace. And, you know, when people, I guess, hear his voice, they, you know, because people are always looking for something to hold on to give them the fervor and the strength to continue to stand up and try to make the world a better place. And he appealed to that in people. So there are a lot of universal themes in there. Of course, dream is a word that we can relate to all over the world, imagination, you know. Even though he talked about us as children, you know, everybody has some next generation, whether it's a direct descendant or it's, in my case, a niece. And so you start thinking about what do you want the world to be like for your family. So he really gave this global vision of a world where we can coexist, you know, as a family, you know, as community, you know, in peace and justice and freedom and equality. And so I don't know of any person in this world who cannot relate to any of those themes.
That's absolutely true. But what's so interesting is I follow you on social media, and often you post about that time in the 60s when your father was killed, and you say many people assume that he was universally loved, but you say he wasn't loved, he was actually hated, saying things that people didn't necessarily want to hear. Why is it important for you to remind people about that?
Because, you know, as you move further and further away from that time period, and people who were a part of that movement are no longer here to tell the stories of what was going on, you can be led to believe that he was somebody that nobody could possibly dislike, hate.
And his family's political legacy well into the future.
Oh, see, look at me talking away. I do apologize. I've been rambling away. Let me say that again. Look, Africans, I want to say this to you before I wrap up. Let us be very, very clear about one thing. Look, as an African, you need to understand that the Bible and the Quran has been put before you to confuse you, to distract you, whilst they loot your resources. Whilst you're on your knees praying to God, God do this, God is that, God is that. The people who gave you the Bible are the people who are looting your resources. The colonials who came to give the Bible to pray to God are the same ones who are looting your resources as we speak. In every part of Africa, they are in every part of Africa looting African resources whilst you are praying. You need to stop your prayers. You need to get off your knees. You need to come together as Africans and begin to watch your resources. Make sure the resources benefit you. These are the realities of what we face in Africa. We need to stop. The great that the people of Niger are speaking up, you can hear them there. So let me just go back. You can hear them talking now. Sorry, let me just bring that up. They are talking. You can hear them. They are happy. They are happy. We need to all do this. All of us must join hands in this. We need to join hands. We need to support them. We need to be part of this process. I'm sorry for the break in the for the loss of sound. I forgot to switch something on, and that's why I was talking away. But I'm telling you, as an African, stop praying. Stop this prayer nonsense. You can pray individually in your own homes. No problem with that. It's this congregational praying. It is designed to keep you enslaved in your mind while those who gave you that Bible are looting your resources. Do you get it? The people who gave you the Bible, who gave you the Quran, they are only after your resources. All of the plane, you see, in France, all the military, what do you think the military base, what do they use the military base for? They go at night and loot your resources, put it on the plane and fly it back to France, fly it back to the US, fly it back to UK. What do you think you're doing? That's what the bases are there for. The base are create, firstly, two purposes. One, to create fear in you, in your own land. Two, to loot your resources without you knowing. The United Nations struck, painted in white. In Congo, they are going around there peacekeeping. They found them loaded with gold, with diamond, looted from the Congolese people, paying nothing for it. Africans, it is time to wake up. This nonsense of believing in religions used to enslave you. I'm telling you again, the people who gave you that religion are the ones who are colonizing and taking your resources. They don't care about any praying. They don't have any conscience. You need to wake up. Africa is the most richest continent on the entire planet of Earth. And you need to recognize that as a group of people. We need to start taking control of our resources. The Bible and the Quran, I'm sorry to say it, are mere distractions designed to ensure that we never take control of our resources and begin to ensure that we benefit directly from it. That is what is going on. And I hope many of you watching this will take this on board. We need to wake up. I am not saying don't pray. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying don't pray. I'm not saying, don't be a Christian, don't be a Muslim. What I'm saying is do it in your own time. Don't allow them to coerce you into this religious gathering, whereby whilst you're doing that, they are using it a way to take your mind over whilst they loot our resources. Again, I'm saying it. The same colonials who give the Bible are the same colonials looting your resources as we speak. They are looting our resources night and day, 24/7 in all corners of Africa as we speak. So we must support the likes of Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and now Gabon, who are now recognizing and putting a stop to that. We must collectively stand together. Now is not the time for you to be praying anything. Now is the time for you to get off your knees and join in this movement to wake up the entire Africa, to free entire Africa from the clutches, from the claws of the colonials that have enslaved our minds with the religious books. We need to take our minds out of those books and take our minds into our soil and begin to see what is happening and beginning to monitor what's coming in, who's going out of our own of our continent, and ensure that we benefit from our resources in our own continent. That is the reality of what we face. I cannot be any more specific than that. We need to wake up. The time for us to wake up, to speak up, to ensure that we hold those we elect to office to account. We need to be monitoring them and what they are doing in Niger, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Guinea, now in Gabon, kicking out, moving out the puppets. Many of our African leaders, sadly, the fact is they are puppets. They are handpicked by these colonials to do their bidding. All of them. All of them. And that is what we need to wake up and really confront and admit and address collectively. Sorry, let me just check this again. So greetings, Dennis Damenis. Dennis Damenis, thank you very much. Yeah, you guys are nothing but puppet sellout Yoruba. Davis Chokes. I am not sellout, but that's fine if you look. If you really want to say that, that's fine. That's okay, Dennis Chokes. If you don't have anything more constructive to say, I can leave that to you. I don't take offense. You are making a statement. That's your opinion. I know what I'm trying to do. As I'm talking to you now, you tell me, what do you see me wearing? You tell me what you see me wearing. And if you see that, and if you do still not think that, if you still don't think that I'm for Yoruba Nation, then I'm sorry, that's up for you. I can't engage in any discussion with somebody that doesn't see what is staring them in the face. There are certain ways of doing things. I don't necessarily believe how you do it is how I do it, but I believe in Yoruba Nation, and I remain a Yoruba man, and I'm proud of that. But that's all I can say. But anyway, moving back to the topic of the day, as we are talking about, as Africans, we need to wake up. Africa is the richest planet on earth, bar none. They all know it. They all want a piece of it. What we must begin to do as Africans is to recognize that. For as long as you are on your knees and praying, you will not recognize the true value, the wealth that you possess. You need to share this. So we support the Gabonese people, we support the Nigerians, we support the Malians, we support the Burkina Faso people, we support the Guineans in standing up collectively and saying, no, we are pushing out these colonials. We need to start with our minds. Our minds have been taken over by way of the religious books, and we need to wake up. Our minds have been taken over by the way of religious books, by the people who don't have a tenth. They don't have a tenth of the resources that we possess in Africa, and that is the reality. Unless we are kidding ourselves, any pastor talking to you, I am a pastor of this, they are there doing the breeding of the colonials who are ensuring that they enslave our minds so they can continue to take our resources. The people of Gabon, they are showing us the way. We need to follow their example. The people of Mali, they're showing us the way. We need to follow the example. The people of Burkina Faso, they're showing us the way. We need to follow the example. The people of Guinea, they're showing us the way. We need to follow the example. The people of Niger, they're showing us the way. We need to follow the example. And this is going to be something that will spread across Africa. We need to join. The time is now for us. We have the opportunity to give the coming generation of Africans a brighter future than all of us combined has been denied for hundreds of years. It falls on our shoulders. It is a great opportunity to give a brilliant, amazing, lasting legacy to the coming generation. We must grasp this opportunity. You will not grasp it being on your knees and praying in the church and a mosque designed to enslave your mind. Wake up. Africans, wake up. You need to unite. You need to unite. You need to work together. It is in unity. All for one and one for all. When we all work together to free ourselves, we become collectively free. The work begins now. We need to follow the lead of latest of them now, Gabon. So we need to think, what other country is likely to face this situation? Is there any other country that may be facing this same situation? Is there any other country in Africa right now that might likely face the same fate? Ivory Coast, they've had one of the longest leaders. Again, in Togo, the same thing. In Benin Republic, they are democratic to a certain extent, but they're still being influenced by the French. These are things that we need to really begin to understand. So the time is now for Africans. I still believe in my Yoruba nation, be no doubt. But we need to work together, and we need to ensure that the lines drawn in our land by the colonials are removed and scrubbed out forever. They are scrubbed out because they cut across our cultural lines, and that is why we have not been able to function. We need to. They are destroying our natural pathways created based along the lines of our cultural lines, long established well before the king. We need to understand this. These are things we're talking about. So when you see the Gabonese people celebrating, we are asking the king, what country next do you think this may happen in? Could this happen in another country soon? Is this likely to happen in another country with another name N? Can it happen? Can it happen? And it could pop up anywhere. This could literally pop up anywhere. Sorry about that. See that? See, they are clapping for their military. They are clapping for their military. I just want to emphasize that point. They are clapping and they're in support of the military. They have suffered. They know what they've gone through, and they are willing to support their military because the military is the young men in the military are working for their people. Be no doubt about that. They are, Yes. Who Ugongwane Ezekwe. You're right, he has done. There's no doubt about that, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has played a prominent role in the awakening. But I think we need to really look at in the whole of Africa. There are many people as well who have been doing this tireless work, and he's one of them. And of course, we are grateful for that. And many others before, many others that will come after, many others even now rising up as we speak. So of course, we continue to call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The rule of law is not effective. Africa is not a real democracy. Let us not kid ourselves. It is all a front for looting our resources. And until we need to call it out. ECOWAS is a smokescreen. ECOWAS is a puppet. It's a puppet group created by the colonials to continue to loot African resources. And we need to call it out as it is. We are glad that the Gabonese people are speaking. You see that? They are out on the streets. Can you see that? They are out on the streets. We need more of this replicated right across Africa. We need to have this replicated right across Africa. We must replicate this right across Africa. And that you can see, these are the kind of things that we're talking about. This is a long broadcast, but of course, what we are doing is showing you what is going on in Gabon as much as we can to give you enough information and share this information. It is shared by other platforms. That's the ex-president that's been is under house arrest in the presidential palace, and the military are being clapped. They are being hailed by the people of their country because they know that the colonials have oppressed us in our country, and the people's voices. People are finding their voices. What are you prepared to do to help our people find their voices? What are you prepared to do to make sure that our people find their voices? That is what is important right now. Africa is arising. Africa, arise. Africa, arise. Africa is rising. We need to join hands. We need to make sure we support that rising. Continue to awaken our consciousness. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? You see? You see that? Hey, that's a Gabonese youth. You see? You see? See that? I don't know what he's saying. He's speaking in French, but I'm showing you what he's saying, and I'm interpreting it for you. I'm explaining to you as best as I can, not interpreting. But I'm saying to us, as Africans, these are things we need to really be aware of. We have the opportunity right now to Itasoa Dan Dollar, welcome on board. Ken Morissa, welcome on board. Ken Morris, welcome on board. What I want to say to you all, I want you to all know that the currencies that we're using, they are fraudulent currencies designed to ensure that our currency never holds any value. I showed earlier on, and I gave examples where the dollar and the euro has more value than 1,000 of each of the naira or the sefa, and it's designed that way to ensure that they get to buy our resources at dirt cheap prices. It is as simple as that. Take it or leave it. We need to wake up. We must, first of all, to free Africa, we must dismantle those financial bodies and structures placed on Africa. We must reject it totally, because that is how they are ruining our continent. That is how it is a mechanism through which we are being impoverished, all of us collectively. You think you are rich. You think you are rich. You think because you are in Europe you are rich. You are not rich. You are poor. Because what they've done is to make sure that Africa, whatever you get, they are taking 1,000 times more every day from Africa. Every day. And let me show you what I mean. In fact, I'll let this carry on. You see, look at the jubilation and tell me that's not real. We need this jubilation. We need Africans to begin to connect. Our resources is what it is all about. We need our people to know. From the age of 1, every child must be taught about our resources in our soil. From the age of 1 year old, go into the forest, go into the woods, show them the resources, let them play with it, let them feel it. In the back, they tell you to go to church. Oh, don't touch the dirt, it's dirty. Oh, no. The child of God doesn't get dirty. No, they are doing that because they don't want you to connect yourself to the soil, so they can leave it for their children to come and become experts in mining in your own continent. And you are talking about Christianity. Give me a break, wake up. Give me a break, wake up. listen, look, I'm just saying this. This is the reality of what we're facing. These guys, I'm saying it. The Quran is, they'll tell you, oh yes, you have to give yourself to God. Don't, no, just pray, just follow, look to Allah, look upward, look to the north, everything else. Everything to prevent you from looking in your soil, where they're coming every day, night and day. They're working 24/7 to take your resources, and you are still talking about God, Allah this, Allah that, and they are coming to enrich themselves on your own soil. They don't care about the Allah they gave you. What they put before you is to distract you. They are coming for your resources in your soil. Wake up. Africans, you need to wake up. The time is for us all collectively to wake up. I'm sending you this message. You can pray if you want. If you're still a Christian, that's fine. If you want to be Islam, that's fine. But do that in your brain. Do that in your body. Your body is a temple. You need to wake up. What is happening in Gabon is what we must do. I urge us all. It is time now. It is time now. It is time now that we begin to wake up. We need more African countries. Look at the Gabonese people. They're waving their flags. What does that tell you? Is that a sign of people afraid of their military who has put them that? Is that a sign? Is that a sign? So let me just see. Yeah. So somebody said, who told you that? Let me just see. Somebody just said, I want to read something here. There was something interesting here. Let me just, that I picked up just now. All Yorubas have gone mute after that Chief Numbu got elected. You Yorubas are whatever. Kemi Bello, who told you that? Exactly. I'm not mute. I'm still talking, Mind the way you talk, Kemi Bello. Exactly. So being offensive on the platform is just really counterproductive. You're not going to get anywhere. We are talking about freeing Africa. And that it concerns all of us, whether you are Biafran, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Fulani, it is free. And even many people, we need to begin to understand that the kind of fighting that is going on between all the various groupings that we have is engineered by the colonials to keep us divided so they can take our resources. This is the game that's being played. But if you do not, you need to really understand that. And we are at the cusp of something big here. So please, this idea of trying to sort of blame and point finger when we need unity to push out the very people who have been exploiting our resources for over 500 years. I think that's of more importance. That is of immense importance. So please, my brother, let us have a rethink. I think we need to focus our energy in the right way. Right now, we need... This bloodless coup could happen in Nigeria. I'm telling you now, this bloodless coup may well happen in Nigeria because the people are suffering. This bloodless coup, now that you mention it, it may happen in Nigeria because the people of Nigeria are suffering. They are suffering on a daily basis. The people of Nigeria cannot afford to eat. Yet the government of the day, they promised to fix the 4 refineries. I am telling you now, I've done my research. It will cost 6.8 billion naira to fix the 4 refineries, and we have local expertise, Nigerians who can fix the refineries given the funds to do it. But the government of the day, unfortunately, they are still busy paying. They borrowed 3.1 trillion naira. No, 2.1 trillion naira, which is about $3 billion, to buy processed oil for 6 months that they have to pay. They borrowed from Afrexim Bank in dollars, when they can fix our own refinery and make the price of oil cheap within a matter of weeks. 4 weeks, they will get this done. These are the things we should be talking about. And we are telling the government of Nigeria, you are seeing a pattern here. You are seeing a pattern. Don't be surprised if you wake up one day and this begins to happen in Nigeria, because the people are suffering. And when the people see that people are trying to help them, guess what? They are going to support their military, because you have impoverished them. The successive governments have impoverished them. I know Tinubu is probably trying to help now, but I'm afraid to say it is really hard to separate out the previous government from your government, because you are part of the same APC. This is not about being angry. We are stating the facts. What has happened in the following countries I'm about to mention? It has happened in Mali. It has happened in Burkina Faso. It has happened in Niger. It has happened in Guinea. It is now happening in Gabon. They are all around Nigeria. Do you realize that? Let me show you. Let me help you a little bit more. For those of you who don't understand what is going on, let me show you what I mean. Look, whilst that is going on, I'm just going to talk about it. Look at that. There's 5 countries. You see the black there is highlighted. When I put that there, it means African Intellectual Realignment. So in those countries, the people have said, we don't want to kill anybody, but we want a bloodless coup to show the people that we're not here to kill. We want to make sure that we free ourselves. They are making a statement. That is intellectual realignment. They know that just killing is not going to solve the problem. They need the people on side to bring the lasting change they're talking about. So the following 5 countries that you see on that board, they have now made those changes. The question is Nigeria going to be part of them soon? Look at it. Mali, African Intellectual Realignment. 1. Burkina Faso, African Intellectual Realignment. 2. Yes? Now, the next one, Niger. They've done what? African Intellectual Realignment. 3. Then, next, Guinea. Yeah? Guinea there. African Intellectual Realignment. 4. Yeah? And finally, 5. Gabon, yeah, African Intellectual Realignment. And what is in the middle of all of those 5? What is in the middle? Is that not Nigeria? Can anybody say this can't happen in Nigeria? Can anybody say this can't happen in Nigeria? I'm just asking. So those of you who are in power now, I'm not here to abuse. There's no point in me abusing you. It won't make any, that's not the point. What I want you to focus on, those of you in power now, President Tinubu and everybody else, look at what is happening. Look at what is happening on the screen. See that? See that? See that? You see? You 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 see, they're holding a glass up. It's a bottle of beer. This could happen in Nigeria. This is what we are faced with. Those in power in Nigeria, the state governors, the president, the vice president, the senate president, and all of that. The people suffering, the palliative that you're giving will never work because the dollar will keep sucking the money every time. It will keep sucking it out. And that's the reality. I've shown why. This could happen in Nigeria anytime. This could happen in Nigeria anytime. In fact, I won't be surprised if it happens in Nigeria. I won't be surprised if Nigeria is the next port of call for this to happen. It's not what I want. But I'm saying to you, when the people are suffering this much in Nigeria on a daily basis, and the government, knowing fully well that they have the opportunity to fix our refineries and stop importing processed oil, to reduce the burden on the lives of the people, but they are not doing it, or at least it seems as though they are not really taking that step clearly, the people may support anything, or that suddenly comes on their behalf. Like in other countries, there is a movement going on. There is a movement going on, and I think we should really be alert to it. That's all I'm saying. So the APC government, yes, you are talking about palliative. Yes, we get it that you are trying to really, do some things in a different way than Buhari government. Yes, you're trying to put a plan in place. But in the end, the events that are happening across Africa has in effect encircled Nigeria. Nigeria is in the middle of all of those things. If you look at it closely, we are in the middle of it. Who's to say it will not suddenly ignite tomorrow? Can anybody say that? Can anybody say that? Nobody can. This is not a threat. I hasten to add, I haven't got a crystal ball, but I'm just saying, looking at the picture, let me put that picture up again. Looking at the picture I put up, look in there. If you look in the middle of all of those there, you see, Guinea, Gabon, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. Yeah? You see that? All of that. We are in the middle of that, aren't we? Is Nigeria not in the middle? Are you saying it may not happen? Eh? It can happen in Nigeria anytime. Yeah. So it's not only the French. Godwin Owocha Sunday. It is not only the French that's crumbling. This is going to affect all of them. And it is, you see, the French is just one, the one that you see ahead. Below the water, I'm telling you that all of the colonial structures are all interlinked. The US are interlinked to the French, the UK are interlinked to the French, they are all interlinked. The Germans are interlinked to the French, all of them. So they are all crumbling, but they don't want to come out and confront that. But we as Africans, I'm saying it could happen in Nigeria. I don't know. I don't have anything to tell me that it's going to happen. I don't have any definite. But I'm saying, with what you're seeing on the screen, as I talk to you, with what you're seeing on the screen, with the people coming out for those who are now working for the people, the military in the 5 countries, they're sending out a message. That message is this: we're not out to take the lives of our fellow Africans to suit the desires of the colonials. We are not playing that game anymore. I don't think you quite understand. They are saying we are not playing that game anymore. We are not going to take the lives and create bloodshed to suit the needs of the colonials, because that's what the colonials wanted. Either way, whatever happens, they get bloodshed and they get power and control. And it creates fear in the minds of others. Right now, the 5 countries, they've not done that. So they are panicked about their moves now. They're panicked. They're not sure what is going to happen. They are afraid. The colonials are literally worried. And that could spread into Nigeria. And I'm saying, anything to do with Coup, there has been more bloodshed, unfortunately, in the Nigerian politics. And that's the reality. I'm not saying this because I'm out of hate. There has been more bloodshed in the Nigerian recent elections than more. In fact, there has been bloodshed, period. And there has been no bloodshed in all the 5 coups across the 5 countries in Africa. That is saying something. When we are now seeing that democracy that the West are imposing on us has bloodshed involved in it. But the new African intellectual realignment is bloodless. That is saying something. And that has a massive appeal for our people. So, those of you who are in government in Nigeria, I don't have a crystal ball. It's not about hate. It's not about me. It's about making you understand that the game that is now in town that Africans are playing is to now preserve the lives of fellow Africans. And rather than kill each other, get rid of the people that are instigating the killings, which are the colonials. Do you follow? That can happen in Nigeria anytime now. It can. That is what I'm saying. So it's not about abusing or calling names or swearing. Africa is rising. The question is, are we going to sit back and say we're not going to join this? Or is it going to be something that will happen to us as a matter of course? The choice is, of course, the government's one. Are you going to wait for the people to begin to take this action and supporting this? Or are you going to be proactive and actually do the needful? Fix the refineries. And I know that in fixing those refineries, those colonials don't want it because that is where they're making their money. When you export your oil at less than 1p in the dollar, when you export your oil at less than 1p in the dollar compared to their dollar, it means that they get more of your oil at a cheap price. But then you go and import the same processed oil that you can finish processing in your own country, spending more money on doing that to impoverish your people. The people will react. They will support whoever is coming out on their behalf. That is the risk that you are taking as a politician in Nigeria, and indeed the whole of Africa right now. Because many African countries, it is now being evident that what we are calling the democracy is a smokescreen for looting of African resources by the colonial powers. All of them combined. All of them combined. So, the only suggestion I have for our African leaders, including in Nigeria, is the choice is yours. You can either be proactive, get on the side of the people now, and the groundswell, because the move is to make sure in the whole of Africa it is now obvious that the those African set of visionary leaders now, they want Africa where Africa is devoid of the colonial powers that have been sucking out our resources at dead cheap prices, impoverishing us in our own land. Now, we cannot be the odd one out in that situation. It will benefit our people. Don't forget, Nigeria has 200 million people who are impoverished by the direct actions of the policies imposed on Nigeria by the colonials. That's the reality. Take it or leave it. That's the reality. And that's the kind of thing that we need to be. So it could happen in Nigeria. It could happen in Nigeria. Be no doubt about that. It could happen in Nigeria. And we need to be ready for that. And what is more important, the people are desperate for somebody to care, to make sure that their needs are met, to make sure that their rights as citizens are put first. It is not. I know the government is trying to build some things, and some say we have to give it time and all that. But what is happening on ground in Africa now, they may not have that time in reality. They may not have that time. No matter how fast the president of today is working, they may not have that time, because what is happening in Gabon today, what has happened in the last few months, and it's now in Gabon, it has encircled Nigeria. Nigeria is in the middle of that. It is a situation that might go up, and what it goes up, nobody knows how that will end. Nobody. I don't know. I'm just saying that we're in the middle of it. So listen as the people are around the military there in Gabon. Are you telling me that couldn't happen in Nigeria? No matter how much money you paid these officers? Do you think they've not paid the officers so much money that they decide, I don't even want your money, it's about my people, I want my land to be free? Africans are realizing that money is just paper game. The real game is our resources are being taken for free, and they want to put a stop to it. If they control the resources, any amount of money they want, they will get. It's a mindset change that's going on here. So money is not the game anymore. We all understand it. And that realization is going to hit Nigeria sooner rather than later. I'm just giving you my own little 2 pennies worth, you politicians in the government of Nigeria. You might be talking about, we will do. The events that are happening that is encircling you is going to overtake your we will do. You will stay, now there will go day when the wahala start. And once it start, people no go want hear, Oga abeg, no be like so me now. And this with the plan, they no want hear. They know they no go. The people in those countries, they're not out to kill. They want to put a stop to the system that's oppressing Africans. And if you know that we are being oppressed, people cannot eat. People are having 010. Do you know what 010 means? No meal in the morning, a meal in the afternoon, no meal at night. Some people are having 001. No meal in the morning, no meal in the afternoon, 1 meal at night. Some people are having sometimes 000. 2 days, and then the third day they will have 1 meal in the middle of the day, 010, and back to 000 again. And are you telling me those people are going to hear your stories? Good luck with that too. That's all I'm going to say. So the Nigerian government, you are in the middle of a maelstrom. Something is happening in that area. The people are waking up, and they are not going to believe the lies you've told them. They've only believed, keep believing, keep this, let's have faith, let's pray, The people are realizing that their prayer is empty. It's a lie. It's a trick. And they know that what is really happening is that their resources are being taken by people who are looting, and they want to put a stop to it. So you either join them in putting a stop to that looting of the resources, or you become part of the problem, and they will try and face you and say, no, you are part of the problem. They will separate you to make sure that this looting and injustice stops. The question is, which side are you going to join? Which side do you want to be on? That is my, little 2 pennies worth for all the Nigerian politicians. Yes, you say you are rich now, but you are not rich. I'm telling you, you are not rich. Your money is being destroyed before your eyes. You are accepting. You say you are a president, or you are a vice president, or you are a leader in Nigeria, and your naira is only worth 0.0013 of the dollar. And you're saying, oh, it's due to economic forces. No, it's not. It's not. You can set the value of the naira tomorrow if you want. You can ensure that the refineries are working so that we don't spend our money importing and on more dollars and paying commission for using dollars and the lives of our people in misery. You can make that change. The groundswell is happening around you. Are you going to ignore it, or are you going to join in, be proactive to make sure the needs of the people are met? These are simple questions. I'm not making a threat. I am not in a position to make any threat. I'm just only seeing what I can see on the screen, what we all can see on the screen, what is going on. Let me show you again. We have been encircled by a change that is unstoppable. We have been encircled, and we are going to be part of that change, one way or the other. And we will be part of that change, either in a positive way for the politicians in there. You see that? The black that you see signifies those countries that have carried out African intellectual realignment. Again, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and now Gabon. And in the middle of all of that is Nigeria. Are you telling me that couldn't happen in Nigeria? I'll leave it to you. Oh no, it will never happen in Nigeria. Are you sure? Are you really sure? Do you know for definite? If you do know, okay. If you do, that's fine. I'm just saying, think about it. A message to all the leaders in Nigeria. The game has gone beyond you trying to just control and only accept. The system in Nigeria is the system that accepts the oppression by the colonial structures. That's the reality. You are prepared to operate within the structures laid down by the oppressive colonial structures oppressing your people because you are getting some crumbs. What is coming now is not prepared to entertain any colonial structures. They are looking for Africans building our own entirely independent structures. So you can see there's a problem. If you still have that mindset, you are better off joining the change right now. You're better off doing that. This can happen anytime. I'm not saying I know anything. It can happen anytime. So, anyway, in closing, I've said my 2 pennies worth. I hope you found this informative. Please go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us grow the platform. We've been going now. We've been going on now for quite some time, and I'm trying to show you what we're doing, and hopefully, help us grow the platform. Don't forget, as you're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to the power. Go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button. Give us thumbs up. Thank you for those of you who are giving us likes. Giving us loves and likes is of immense importance. Help us reach more people. And of course, if you want to give us star as you're watching, we welcome that as well also. And also, don't forget, you can subscribe to us on TikTok and on Twitter and of course on YouTube. Subscribe to Citizen AY, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. What we're seeing, I'm going to leave you with these closing pictures of the great change. This is a great awakening going across Africa in 5 countries. It's one country is, or maybe it's just one of 2 countries. Maybe 3 countries. Oh, something is happening. 4 countries. Oh, something is definitely happening. 5 countries. This is now real. For me, I believe that's where we are. Could it happen in Nigeria? It could. That's the reality. What is the Nigerian government prepared? Are they prepared? And how will they manage? How will they do? Only time will tell. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to power. On this day, on the 20th of August 2023, we've been watching throughout the day the Gabon people supporting their military, and we are proud of what they've done. They are freeing their people. All African countries must follow the example of the previous 5 countries now who have done the same thing. thank you for watching. You've been watching Citizen Worldwide, a platform where we speak to time. Here is where we will end the broadcast. We'll come back with further updates later. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.